Did you have fun? Yeah. All right, we'll do it again later. We'll see you later, folks. Enjoy it all.
All right, Jim, and welcome everyone to Ralph Wilson Stadium in Buffalo, where the Jets will play their opener against the Buffalo Bills. Greg Gumbel along with Phil Simms. You look at each of these coaches, who are they going to point to as far as the fortunes? Quarterbacks,
and they should. You look at Drew Bledsoe, he comes to Buffalo, they're excited. Why? He has the big arm, he can throw it down the field, and he can make big plays for the offense. On the other side, you have Vinny Testaverde. He says, I'm healthy, and in 16 years, this is the most talented team I've played with.
All right, Phil, coming up, we have a special message from President Bush and the National Football League. Comes your way after this word from your local station.
You played it once, you can't get the last one back. Do your job every play, and we will.
It is my pleasure to help kick off the 83rd season of the National Football League. Today, the excitement starts all over again, and the tradition continues. In stadiums all across America, some of our nation's finest athletes will again take part in one of the world's greatest sports. Football is a game that tests strength and rewards courage, a sport that emphasizes teamwork and honors individual effort, and an experience that is uniquely American. So today I salute the NFL for its storied past and for its boundless future. I thank the players for remembering that they are more than athletes to their fans. They are role models to all our children. I wish every player good health and great success. I wish each team the best of luck.
The American Bald Eagle Challenger, accompanied by F-16 fighter planes. What a way to kick off the NFL season here on CBS. The opening kickoff right after this. Herm Edwards in his second season as the head man of the New York Jets, coming off a 10-6 mark of last year. And Greg Williams in his second year in charge of the Buffalo Bills. Williams 3-13 last season, looking to turn things around. 2nd and 8. Bledsoe to throw his first, he won't get it away. Josh Evans, number 91, in on Bledsoe in a hurry. This is Henry again, and then the give now to 81, Peerless Price. Price gets a block, trying to turn the corner, and is out of bounds. So now, the field goal unit, headed up by Mike Hollis. The Bills were horrendous in this area. They go out and get a proven kicker from Jacksonville in Mike Hollis. This will be a 52-yard attempt. Long enough and straight enough.
So the Jets are being a little careful, giving up some runs to stop the big pass plays.
Bledsoe with time, over the middle, incomplete, intercepted. Intercepted by number 21, Aaron Beasley. And Beasley still on his feet and now run out of bounds. Ball was tipped and bounced in the air, and Beasley, the newcomer here for the New York Jets after 6 years in Jacksonville, registers the first interception of the year for the New York Jets. First and goal, Henry cuts it back, touchdown. Travis Henry has had a world-class day so far. Buffalo's scoring drive, assisted by 3 defensive penalties by the Jets, and the Bills are on top 10-0. Morton and Jordan are D. Morton from the 2. 20. 30. Breaking free. To the 40. Morton on his way to the end zone for the touchdown.
Chad Morton, if you watch him, Greg, We were watching warm-ups and we laughed at how fast he was running up and down the field. And watch how he runs this kickoff back. Never really breaking stride, just going forward. And you can see his ability just to make the cuts. And then you think, okay, he's going to get run down. And no, he's not. The speed to get out front and to stay in front.
98 yards to get the Jets on the board in a big way. Buffalo with 131 total yards and has held the football most of the time since kickoff.
Jets have only run 6 plays so far in the game.
Bledsoe intercepted. Donnie Abraham inside the 20-yard line, and the Jets in prime position.
Well, they do a lot of route reading up here in Buffalo. The receivers, are you supposed to go in? Are you supposed to come back? Look what happens. Drew Bledsoe just leads the receiver to the inside. Eric Moulds is hooked up to the outside, and it's an interception by Donnie Abraham. Watch 29. Oh, yes. Again, Eric Moulds, it looks like he could be going in. He stops. He sees it different from the quarterback, and that's what you're going to have.
1st and 20 from the 29. Testaverde over the middle, inside the 10-yard line, complete to number 88, Anthony Beck. 1st and goal. Jumbo Elliott is an eligible receiver on this play. Testaverde rolling, throws, touchdown. Anthony Beck, who caught the big first down pass, catches the touchdown pass.
Nice play call. Anytime you call a play action pass from the 1-yard line on 1st down, it's almost guaranteed it's going to be a touchdown because the defense has to play run. And the Bills did. Anthony Beck, Vinny Testaverde, good job. And Kevin, look at this. It's just incredible what the Bills have done today on offense and how they've dominated the game so far.
10-play drive. This is the 11th. Henry looking for the end zone. Did he get there? He did.
It had to catch them by surprise. Look at that today so far. The Bills, it's a game's worth of time of possession.
Testaverde to Martin out of the backfield. Martin has a 1st down across the 35 to about the 38-yard line. London Fletcher with the tackle. 3rd and 4. Quick pass over the middle to the 40, enough for a 1st down to Richie Anderson.
Wow, what a play. The Bills getting defenders coming in free. Testaverde reacts to it very quickly. Eddie Robinson wasn't even blocked.
Throwing to the far side, that's Corbett, and Corbett is out of bounds at the 33, maybe the 32.5-yard line. Antoine Winfield forced him out there. 8 out of 9 on this drive for 42 yards. 12 of 13 overall on the day. Jets with 1 timeout remaining. They're at the Buffalo 32. Over the middle, that's complete to Martin. Inside the 20 to the 16-yard line where he is hit hard, and Testaverde uses the 3rd and final timeout. 34 yards on the attempt. It is good. 5 seconds remaining on the clock, and we're tied at 17. Gerald Sowell is also in the backfield. That's Corbett in motion. Jordan, hole on the left side, 40, still on his feet, inside the 35-yard line to the 32. Coy Wire brought him down, but it's another Jet 1st down. Hall from 45. Straight enough, and a lot of leg. And the Jets take a 20-17 lead, 10:50 to play in the 3rd quarter. Henry again. Running room, midfield, loose football. Let's see who's got it. The Jets. Josh Evans, number 91, comes away with the football.
Boy, the Buffalo Bills winning the battles up front, throwing it, running the ball, just running over the New York Jets. 3 turnovers now is just going to haunt them. Look at the hole. Look at the, oh, nice block.
Oh, he lost the football as he was changing hands.
Oh, Jennings did a terrific job. Left tackle blocking his guy all the way across. Oh, that's right. He's trying to switch hands. And Damian Robinson knocks it out.
Buffalo takes over. Play fake. Bledsoe trying to get away from the rush and cannot, and is down back at his own 24-yard line. Sean Ellis and Josh Evans led the charge. First down Jets. Jordan and Anderson in the backfield. Quick pass, and that's complete to Coles. Coles escapes one tackle, lost a shoe in the process, is out across the 30-yard line.
Well, Lavernius Coles, the Jets really with the short passing game today, finding ways to get it into the hands of the receivers and lost that shoe.
3 tight ends. Henry, right side. Touchdown. I suppose when you're coming out of the locker room, you got to make sure you have those stripes aligned correctly.
You're such a fashion expert.
Well, block. Bouncing on the far side of the field and out of bounds. And Mr. Momentum swings the way of the New York Jets now.
Unbelievable. I guess you could say first day, first game of the year. Penalties, turnovers, kick return for a touchdown, and now the block kick.
Oh, Jason Glenn right up the middle as he's falling, sticks his left arm out and gets the block.
Jason Glenn, a reserve linebacker.
You're okay.
From Texas A&M. What a job.
And it's good. So the Jets turn the block punt into 3 points. They pull to within 1, 24-23 Buffalo.
Look what it did. Think about world-class runners getting an extra second to run down the field, what they can do. And that's what these wide receivers are.
Bledsoe goes down. And on comes Mike Hollis. Brought in to help shore up one of the many sore spots from a year ago. This will be a 50-yard attempt by Hollis.
Get there!
Missed it to the right. 6:22 to play. We stay at a 1-point Bills lead. First down for Testaverde and the Jets. Out of the backfield is Richie Anderson, and Anderson out of bounds at about the 36-yard line. Clock continues to move, or stops now at 5 minutes to play in the fourth. First down Jets at the 18-yard line. Testaverde to the end zone. Touchdown! Wayne Crabette on the receiving end of an 18-yard touchdown pass, and the Jets regain the lead.
The Jets not throwing the football down the field very much, but it must have been a double move by Wayne Crabette to get that wide open. Here he is in the slot. Let's see if he makes a little move. Oh, he just runs right at Nick Clemens, makes a little move and freezes him, and he runs right by him.
First catch of this half by Crabette, and the Jets are going to go for 2.
Makes sense. The Jets are up 5. Kicking the extra point puts them up 6. That doesn't help. The Buffalo Bills would need a touchdown.
and Lamont Jordan will be the only one behind Testaverde. Quick pass, and that's good to Brecht. Bledsoe from the shotgun. And is dragged down. Jason Ferguson, with a blocker in front of him, went over the blocker to Bledsoe. Here we go. 4th and 9 at the 29-yard line.
I still believe, watching the Jets, if you hard count them, it's almost given that they're going to jump off sides.
Bledsoe pump fakes, now goes to the end zone. Touchdown! An opening day that the fans, at least the ones who are still here, and there are a lot of them still here, won't soon forget. Greg Gumbel, Phil Simms, Armin Katayan back at Ralph Wilson Stadium for the start of overtime. The Jets and the Bills tied at 31. Overtime numbers for both teams. Morton and Jordan, RD. This is Morton from the 5. 20, 25. He broke free. 45, 50, to the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5, ball game! The second time today, Chad Morton returned to kickoff for a touchdown, and this one wins it.
Chad Morton is just so fast, and he is fearless. Watch him take it up the field. It's just full bore. Make the cut. Just keep moving. And it looks like so many times that Buffalo Bill, Sean Bryson, looks like he has the angle, but he has the speed, just pulls away one more time for his second touchdown of the day.
It has been an emotional day for Herman Edwards, but none more than that moment. The New York Jets come out on top. The overtime kickoff return, 95 yards, 96 officially, by Chad Morton. The Jets win it by a score of 37-31.
Well, the Minnesota Vikings won their game last week after bye. The New York Football Jets with one win on opening day and none since. Hoping to win after bye. Dante Culpepper can throw for a lot of yards, but not today. Mo Lewis of the Gangrene near the end zone makes the pick. 2 picks in the first half already for the Jets. Chad Pennington to Lavernius Coles. Pennington to Coles 6 times for 86 today. And wait a minute, is he autographing a ball and a jersey? And where is it? I knew this would start something. You knew it. Pennington, Santana Moss on 3rd and 3. Look at the moves. Now, Pennington and Randy Moss used to be college teammates, but this is Santana Moss. Don't those green jerseys look like Marshall? Anyway, Pennington to Lavernius Coles, 27 yards. Chad was 24 of 29 for 324. We know this guy, Curtis, my favorite, Martin. 5 yards. Touchdown. Martin at 70 yards running and got a big block.
Yeah, Gerald Sowell right there with the lead block on the linebacker, Greg Beekert. That's a pretty easy way. That's one of the easier runs Curtis Martin has had this year.
It was a Soul Train block. Culpepper to Randy Moss. Here's the good news for the Vikings. 47-yard pickup. Bad news. Under 6 minutes to go in the third quarter before they hooked up. And Michael Bennett running, but forgets something. Forgets the football. Mo Lewis strips. Marvin Jones recovers. First lost fumble for Bennett. 290 touches from scrimmage. I mean, you're going to lose one every 290. It just came at a bad time because 17-0. Moss stepped in front of by Damian Robinson. Culpepper picked off.
Yeah, you saw Dante. Yeah, Dante get hit right there under pressure all day.
So Mo Lewis having a big game. You could see him in fumbles, interceptions, with the hits. And the New York Jets, for the first time since opening day, have won a football game. They beat the Vikings 20-7. We gave you Pennington's numbers, his first win as a starter.
It's called being a professional. And they're going to do that. They're going to be a pro. That's part of the deal. Everyone here is going to be that. Now, if they don't do that, then that's coaches, players, management, anybody. They don't do that, then they need to go somewhere else. That's unthinkable to me. That you have an opportunity in your lifetime to be a professional, that you think about quitting. See, you don't quit, and you don't quit in sports. You retire. You don't get to quit. It's not an option. See, someone told me that a long time ago. That ain't even an option. The person told me that, he ain't here anymore. He died. This is what's great about sports. This is what the greatest thing about sports is. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters. This whole conversation bothers me. Big time. It really does. Because the one thing I know, I don't quit. That will not happen. That will not happen.
Qualcomm Stadium on a beautiful San Diego Sunday. The Jets desperate for a victory at 2-5 against the Chargers, who lead the contentions. AFC West, 6 victories, first 7 starts after losing their last 9 a year ago. So the Jets come here. I lost a heartbreaker to Cleveland last week to go 2-5, and they hand the ball off to the young quarterback.
They certainly do. Chad Pennington is the guy now with the New York Jets. He's going to have to play big today. Their 2-5 record is not his fault. He's played very well. He's got Lavernius Scholes, Santana Moss, big play receivers, and Dick, I think they're going to need big plays today if they're going to beat the Chargers.
San Diego, it's a nostalgic day, Hall of Fame day, so out come the powder blue uniforms for the first time in 2 years. That is the old, and with the new is Bonnie Bernstein.
Well, Marty Schottenheimer, the new coach, facing a 2-5 team, Marty, but a team that has speed at the receiver position with Rodney Harrison out suspended today, your strong safety. How do you deal with Moss and Cole?
Well, you know, I'll tell you, Bonnie, what happens in this league, there's always going to be people absent, and somebody's going to have to step up. You've hit the nail on the head. They've got great speed. They're very, very talented in the kicking game. I told our squad this may be the most difficult task we faced all season.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time.
Dwight, the little wide receiver in motion, and here's LT, and he is met by 2 Jets shoulder to shoulder. It's Mo Lewis and Jason Ferguson deny LT and a loss. 19 yards on the pickup from the 49. Tomlinson again met in the backfield and dropped for a loss. It was Sean Ellis cutting off the corner, and Josh Evans there to assist.
Josh Evans with a stop for the Jets.
Well, that was the game plan for Herman Edwards. We're going to stop the run first.
Well, this is a defense, as you can see by their statistical standing in the NFL, has been taking a lot of punishment as they're down at the bottom, if not the bottom in a lot of categories. And Ted Cottrell, their defensive coordinator, he feels it just like the players, but they are starting with some intensity and some enthusiasm early.
Second and a long 11. Breeze scrambling. And now throws it, and that's going to draw a flag. No, they wave it off.
He got outside the pocket, Dick.
But the ball didn't get to the line of scrimmage on the throw. That's why I thought he might have been flagged. So third down and 11. They've been tough on third down, best in the league. Breeze underneath, incomplete, over the head of 5'8" receiver Tim Dwight. Now the Chargers, except for the one pass to Stephen Alexander, sputtering early here in this game. Martin up the middle with a hole and struggles forward for 4. All of that. Plenty of flash. Now they're proudly wearing those colors this year. Pennington off a fake, looking deep downfield, has a man, complete to Lavernius Coles, and a first down at the 49. Ryan McNeil, the cornerback, made the stop. Jordan again. Lamont Jordan to the outside. To the corner, to the 20, and finally pushed out of bounds at the 18. Another Jets first down. Ryan McNeil finally bumped him out of bounds. 73 yards and 9 plays on this impressive drive engineered by Pennington from the 18. Throws in the flat, complete. Richie Anderson, and he's out of bounds at the 8-yard line. And the Jets doing everything right on this drive. Second and goal, empty backfield. Pennington runs it in. Touchdown for the Jets.
8 yards for the touchdown.
It appeared to be a designated quarterback draw, and no one accounted for the quarterback Pennington to run.
Well, he's faced with taking a sack because here comes the blitz with Marcellus Wiley unblocked, and Pennington takes off with it. It's tough to read whether or not that was an intentional quarterback draw, but Wiley came in unblocked. It was either a mistake and Pennington capitalized on it, or it was a really effective QB draw. Either way, it's 6 points for the Jets.
John Hall for the point after. And the New York Jets go 91 yards in 12 plays. Just under 7 minutes on that drive. And Pennington with a capper on the sneak. And welcome back to San Diego, where the Jets have the early lead with under 2 minutes left in the opening quarter. Drew Brees and the Chargers at 3rd and 8 from their 38-yard line. Out of the shotgun this time. Here comes Mickens on a blitz. Ray Mickens with a sack and a big loss. Kicks this one from the 5. This one is very short. Santana Moss eludes the first man. Kicks out of another tackle. Still on his feet. One man to beat. And he can't get him. Touchdown. Moss has done it again. And that's exactly what the Chargers were worried about. But a flag is down, and the Chargers are pointing that it's against the Jets. 52 yards, but. No, it's against San Diego, and if that's the case, that is a touchdown. Mr. Levy's microphone obviously doesn't work. The legal man downfield, touchdown New York. It's 13-0.
Now for the second week in a row, Santana Moss takes it into the end zone with Damian Robinson being a key blocker. And it's a designed left return the same way they scored before. Somehow Moss came in out of that pile. Right here, there's Robinson on Bennett. Bennett had an angle to pick him off on the sidelines. And then it's just the speed of Santana Moss that gets him into the end zone. And Mike Westhoff and his group, you're right, Dick. Once again, they've got it going. And Damian Robinson made almost the same block last week to spring Moss. And there's Mike Westhoff right there. So many years with the Miami Dolphins. And if the Jets had one positive thing that they could feel good about themselves coming into this game was the play of their special teams. And they lost Corey Raymer, who they picked up from Washington.
Brees fumbles the ball and has to cover it at the 6-yard line. Well, there have been penalties, misfiring, and now a fumble as the Jets, great coverage downfield. Brees couldn't find an open man.
No, he could not. He had plenty of time to look. Drew sets up, cocks, but just can't find it. Mo Lewis went sailing over, and boy, did this work out fortunately for San Diego, that Drew Brees was the only guy in the vicinity of his fumble. Bounces right off his thigh, and the only guy that realizes the ball is loose is Brees. Who would imagine the best completion percentage in their first 3 career starts, Elvis Gerback and Rick Myrer, were the fellows that Chad Pennington passed. Not Elway, not Montana, not Marino. Gerback and Myrer.
Pennington steps up. He runs it again. 30 and down. Didn't take the slide and has a first down at the 21-yard line. He stays in there with a first down at the 21. Wide open in the flat is Richie Anderson, and the Jets are exposing the Chargers in every way offensively. They're finding men wide open, as Anderson was on that play before Ryan McNeil could finally get over and make the tackle. And it's first and goal now at the 10. Pennington underneath the Corvette to the 1-yard line. He didn't quite get in. Second and goal for the New York Jets. And the Chargers defense acting like a fighter that's draped on the ropes, just taking punishment. Lamont Jordan, the tailback. Play action, Pennington wide open, touchdown to Anthony Beck. Beck with his 4th touchdown catch of the year to lead the Jets.
This is a whooping here now. The Jets, they were supposed to be down, out, season finished, no life. Questions about whether or not they were going to quit. How about Herman Edwards? Has he got his club to respond or what? That's exactly what the Jets do right there. And Anthony Beck, who fakes a block, just completely neglected. You look at Junior Seau looking back to the inside, questioning who was to have the coverage on Beck. Certainly didn't appear to be Seau the way that he was looking back to the inside. But Anthony Beck, as you'll often see, if you do a good job of selling a run block. Yep, there's Junior on the ISO, and by the time he realizes what's going on, and look at him look back, he's going, who's this? Who's got him?
Maybe it was number 37, Rodney Harrison would have been there. He's not playing today, suspended by the league. And while Seau seems furious, Edwards. Reeves. Touchdown Conway. Curtis Conway. Finally, they have a chance to cheer. Well, the Jets with superior field position today, and they give it to their star back, Curtis Martin, and Martin rumbles to a first down at the Charger 49-yard line. Plenty of time, 3:15 left in the half. Almost picked off on the screen, but it's Martin who's able to drive it down to the 41-yard line, a couple yards short of a first down. Quentin Jammer, the Chargers' #1 draft pick out of Texas this year, made the tackle, and that'll take it down to the 2-minute timeout. 2 minutes to go in the half. The Jets trying to add to a 21-7 lead. 3rd and 2, an empty backfield, and Pennington under a blitz gets it off to Anderson. Big yardage. He's at the 30 and to the 26-yard line before Vernon Fox able to make the tackle. Quentin Jammer up there to make the stop as well.
And Chad getting his team to the line of scrimmage.
A gain of 15 yards and a first down.
Pennington is 13 for 15 for 130 yards this first half. Only 2 balls hitting the ground. They moved into field goal range, and now Pennington to the flat, wide open again. Anderson tackled, but drives forward to the 17-yard line, and about a 9-yard gain. Ryan McNeil, the veteran corner.
And how many people, Dick, speculated as to whether or not Chad Pennington was a bust? He played so shockingly little in the first 2 seasons of his NFL career, and yet it seems that he was handled right.
2nd and 1, a big hole for Martin. Curtis Martin to the 5, to the 3, touchdown! What an effort! Curtis Martin.
I'd say Curtis is back.
Ran right over Vernon Fox, who hit him at the 5-yard line. 17-yard touchdown run.
And that's the type of running from Curtis Martin that the Jets and their fans have not seen since a year ago. He just hasn't been able to do it. Surprising power out of Curtis Martin. Well, it's the one part of Curtis's game that has continuously surprised everybody. He has power for a guy that's not all that big. He's only 205 pounds. But look at that. Look at that leg drive as he carries Fox into the end zone. Now, you know right now, Dick, what's going through everybody's mind who roots for the New York Jets. Uh-oh.
Second half.
The second half. We still have to play the second half.
2nd and 2.
32, 31 as you see the seconds tick away. Breeze down the middle. Intercepted. James Darling all the way to the San Diego 11-yard line. Make it to 10. Darling, who is tough on the pass. His idol Walter Payton, and he had a chance to run like sweetness on that one as Breeze is picked off, and the Jets now threaten to make this a rout.
Well, the Jets sitting back in just a cover 2 zone, and James Darling working the left middle part of the field. You see Darling right there in the middle, and Curtis Conway was way behind Darling. And I don't know if Drew Brees was expecting Conway to run a different route, but it should be no surprise that they were just going to sit back in a zone. There's no way that you play a defense other than a zone in this type of a prevent situation. And his second interception of the year, and James Darling, this is, I don't know, is stunning too light a word for what's happening to the Chargers in this game?
This one is a 24-yard field goal attempt for John Hall, straight on the hold of Matt Turk. And the Jets, a little frosting with 2 seconds left in the half. They lead now 31-7 as Drew Brees intercepted by the linebacker James Darling, and that sets up the field goal.
Well, I tell you what, after being behind 31-7 at halftime in the Baby Blues, the Baby Blues might get retired for a long time.
Chargers may be singing the blues at the end of this day. And the short kick to Vanover, and Vanover fumbles the ball, and it's recovered by the Jets, but the half is over. Well, that just about underlines the play of the San Diego team the first half. And the locals send the Chargers to the locker room with a chorus of boos. Fans trying to help the defense on 3rd and 10. Seau ducking up into the line, but he doesn't come this time. The throw's in the flat, complete to Beck, the tight end, and he dives forward for the first down at the 45. Good effort by Beck. Vernon Fox made the tackle.
Vernon Fox with the tackle.
This is a case where San Diego just not paying a whole lot of attention to Anthony Beck. Look how open he is when he catches the ball, and that's asking an awful lot of some of the guys, you know, Keith Lyle in that situation, running parallel, trying to make that play. And Junior Seau, he's going, man, I'm glad they didn't throw this ball to Wayne Corbett. That's not Junior's specialty, having to run 10 yards backwards and get into pass coverage. A much better player up within a couple of yards of the line of scrimmage.
Pennington again, 17 for 22, down the middle to Corbett, a sliding catch and a first down at the 35-yard line. Rogers Beckett secured the tackle.
And as we mentioned earlier about the Jets and their woeful production as far as running plays and trailing their opponent, so far in this game they're at a plus 13. And keep in mind the statistic you gave us earlier, they average 13 plays a game fewer than their opponents.
They turned it around in every phase today. Here's a 3rd and 9 call for Pennington. Steps up, hits Lamont Jordan, and Jordan has another first down. Just dumps it off, and that's been a very effective weapon. No one open deep.
So out of character for the Jets. A time-consuming, multiple play drive, ate up some clock, chewed up a lot of yardage, put your team in a good position to add to your lead. Just uncharacteristic of what the Jets have done so far this season. A very pleasant surprise for everyone who follows the Jets.
32-yard attempt. And that one drives through. Hall is 2 for 2. And the Jets have scored first here in the second half. 34-7. As you may have noticed, the painted Charger helmet at the 50 has the number 37 on it. Rodney Harrison, a not too subtle reminder that he has been suspended for this game by the National Football League for his helmet-to-helmet hit on Jerry Rice. Obviously, his presence felt his lack of presence. This is Caldwell, and Rashay Caldwell fumbles as he goes for extra yards, and the Jets appear to have it. They do. An absolute demolition derby for Marty Schottenheimer today.
Wow.
James Darling.
I guess some days it just happens. What's the old, someday you get the bear and someday the bear gets you? This is just this is a monumental pile of mistakes. You can see where the ball came loose and initially Caldwell fighting to get a grip on it. He ran another couple yards, still trying to get a hold of the ball right there. You can see it's pulled loose by Campbell. That's been a very rare occurrence.
Tomlinson again, and he's in the end zone for a touchdown. His 8th rushing touchdown this season.
Well, again, it's just mashing at the line of scrimmage by the Chargers offensive line. And we haven't seen it so far this game where they've got the Jets back on their heels and actually pushing them off the ball. And that's when Tomlinson is at his most dangerous, because he's an aggressive running back. When he gets a chance to turn it upfield, and that's blocked.
And so Steve Christie has the favor returned by Josh Evans. Yeah, the Jets started that first quarter. Chad Pennington, 8-yard run up the middle for the touchdown. Santana Moss, a 52-yard punt return for a score to take a 14-0 lead, and they've been in command throughout. Throwing the flat to Coles, and he's tackled at the 50-yard line by Ryan McNeil. And that'll bring up 3rd down. Wednesday, New York. Jets coach Herman Edwards answered the press.
You play to win the game. You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire.
That in response to the fact they were 2-5, does it really matter? Is the season over? Or will you play well at San Diego? Well, his team has backed up his words. Reed and Ellis. And they said, no way. A couple of yards, and that's it for Tomlinson.
Well, it's a defense that's been giving up over 400 yards a game, almost 160 yards a game rushing, 31st ranking out of 32 teams in this league, and they have shown no resemblance to those kind of numbers in the way they performed here today in San Diego.
This is the Jets team that went 4-0 in the preseason and then won their opener at Buffalo, had everyone excited in Gotham. Breeze throws, almost intercepted. It was Sam Garnes leaping in front of Curtis Conway. Santana Moss stands at the 50, and Bennett will kick out of his own end zone. High floater. No fair catch. Moss at the 45, gets by the first man, and here's the wall. He's at the 40, and tackled at the 36-yard line by Justin Peel, the rookie tight end. So they mark it back to the 30, where it'll be 3rd and 18. Meanwhile, the clock just eases forward as the Jets chew up the time. It's 8:13 left in the 4th. Double fake left and then the screen right, and Anderson breaks a tackle, and now finally toppled at the 20-yard line by Quentin Jammer, and that'll bring up 4th down and bring out John Hall, the place kicker. And this one splits them, and the Jets add 3 more to their total. 37-13, New York with only 7:50 to go.
Yeah, he is
tiny.
He wears a stocking cap around. It makes him look about 3 inches taller.
Breeze dumps it off underneath the Fletcher, but there are nothing but Jets there, and it's a loss as James Reed makes the play, the second-year defensive tackle from Iowa State. To Alexander again. It's going to be close. Where did he step out? At the 10. The Jets will take over on downs, I believe. They needed to get to the 9 based on the yardstick before the play. That's right. First down, Jets the other way.
It is going to touch the sidelines right there. And there, the foot is outside the 10-yard line. The question is, where is the ball at that particular moment? It would have to be down to at least the 9-yard line.
After the play, the receiver's left foot stepped out of bounds prior to reaching the line of the game. The spot is correct. First down, Jets. San Diego will be charged with timeout.
Running free, and there's only one man that can catch him, and he isn't. Lamont Jordan with a little frosting, and that secures a very impressive day for Herman Edwards. 61 yards for Jordan, and a beleaguered Charger defense caught off guard there. No one could tackle the big man, Jordan, who has his first touchdown of the season.
Well, we're going to see a major missed tackle right in the hole. Vernon Fox, you can't miss it any bigger than that.
Fish tacos are on me, Dan. There you go. Look at this. That's a now that's a good eating. That's good eating, a fish taco. It doesn't sound right, I know.
What was that big thing you threw on the bottom of that? Was that like a hunk of fish?
I can't tell you everything. They'd kill me if I gave you the recipe.
Oh.
That's a piece of fish.
Oh. I'm more of a traditional taco guy. I kind of think there should be some ground beef in there. So.
Well, maybe you get apples. They do have those too. Ball is intercepted. It's Aaron Beasley, no, Donnie Abraham, who comes up with the interception, and he's to the 32-yard line.
You see that ball come off the hand of Drew Brees? He lost control of it right at the start. It just came out of there fluttering and floating.
And that'll do it. The final kneel down will kill the last half minute. And Herman Edwards over to shake hands with the man who was his head coach when he was an assistant with the Kansas City Chiefs for 5 years under Marty Schottenheimer.
Dolphin Ray Lucas trying to stop the bleeding for Miami against Chad Pennington and the suddenly resurgent Jets.
You make your mark today. Never give up.
Battle for the division. Jets.
Pennington, Lavernius Cole.
Now or never.
He'll go all the way. Touchdown Jets.
Dolphins.
You gotta fight today.
Bye bye Ricky.
Bear down.
Better start making some plays. All right, Miami.
The time is now.
Game time, baby. Game time. The East is wide open. Let's fight the fight that needs to be fought.
80,000 in the Meadowlands to see one of the NFL's great rivalries, the Miami Dolphins and the New York Jets. This is a huge game in the AFC East. The Dolphins have to win to stay ahead of Buffalo and New England. The Jets need a win to close within a game of first place. Welcome back to the Meadowlands. The Jets have started Chad Pennington in 4 straight games. In each one, his quarterback rating has been over 100. No one else has ever done that in his first 4 starts. And just using those 4 games, he's number 1 in the NFL. Susie, to some, he's an overnight success, but we know better.
Mike, you're right. Chad was a first-round pick, but he's waited patiently for 2 years. What do you think the advantages were of watching a little from the sideline?
Well, being able to take it all in, see what the NFL's like before you get in the fire. And now I'm in the fire, and there's no looking back.
You've got that linebacker mentality. How do you pick your team up?
Just got to be energized, emotional. If I got to smack somebody up the side of the head, that's what I'm going to do. But we're going to come out, we're ready to play. Our guys are ready.
Tonight you faced a couple of the best cornerbacks in the NFL. You haven't really seen press coverage like that. How will you and your wide receivers handle it?
Well, we got a challenge in front of us, but you wouldn't want it any other way. We're challenged tonight. We got to get open. I got to make some throws, and we got to make plays in order to win.
Have a great night.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome back to the Meadowlands, where the crowd has been fascinated by the flyover of Black Hawk helicopters. The NFL joins the U.S. Armed Forces in celebrating Veterans Day to honor those who gave their lives for our freedom. Herman Edwards spent 10 years in the NFL as a player, many more as an assistant coach before getting his shot. He is now in his 2nd year as the Jets head man. And Dave Wannstedt now in his 3rd season as the Dolphins head coach. His first 2 years, he posted 11-5 campaigns. Lucas to throw. Almost intercepted right into the hands of Donnie Abraham, who has 34 career picks, but he couldn't hold that one. Faces a 3rd and 14 here. Draw play, fumble, the ball's still loose. Mo Lewis had a shot at it. It squeaked away from him. The Jets say they do have it. And they do.
This was supposed to be a draw play.
Robert Edwards doesn't even expect the football.
No, he doesn't. Watch this. This is supposed to be a draw. Look at 47. Watch him. I mean, he's got his hands up, but he's also got a defensive lineman, Josh Evans, in his face. So he's looking at Evans. Look at this. Look at Edwards. Now, did Lucas go too far back?
That's the only people that are going to be able to answer that question, the coaches. I always believe that fumbles, unless they're in the possession of the runner or the receiver, they're the responsibility of a quarterback. And this is what Dave Wannstedt has been stuck at looking at for the last 2 weeks.
Great break for the Jets. First and goal. Martin. Curtis Martin, touchdown. And during this streak, when the Dolphins have turned it over, the other teams have made them pay.
Well, this play, if you think it's a cutback, it's not. This play is designed to go to the right. Sewell, who's a blocking back, goes left. And Curtis Martin comes back right. It was all designed to go there.
Kareem McKenzie, number 67, the right tackle, got an excellent block as well.
John Hall for the point after. 7-0 Jets. Curtis Martin at 205 pounds runs a lot harder than that. He dragged the linebacker into the end zone. And a wonderful addition to the Jets defense. Four-man rush. Lucas almost intercepted again. Donnie Abraham had that one hit him.
I promise you, you give Donnie Abraham a chance to get his hands on too many passes, he's going to take them back.
Gain of 7 on the previous play for Martin at 2nd and 3. Pennington, short set, quick throw. Wayne Corbett across the 30. That was only his 25th catch of the year. He's number 3 all-time for the Jets. Little option to Martin from Richie Anderson. Curtis Martin near midfield. Pretty play. 19 yards.
I love this play. I really do. I saw it earlier today.
Yep.
And what's so great about it is the misdirection by the quarterback freezes the defensive line. And then what happens is you now have a halfback and a fullback running an option on an end that's basically unblocked with the other players going the other way.
There's the play action. Lucas can't find anybody and then throws for the back of the end zone. Chambers, touchdown.
Wow.
What a throw, what a catch, what a call.
What you're seeing is the offensive coordinator, Norv Turner, really understanding the capabilities of his quarterback. Let's fake it. Now look at the throw. I think Ray Lucas throws better on the run than he does standing still. Look at those 2 feet get down.
Is that pretty?
Oh, what a catch.
The Jets are challenging the ruling on the field that the receiver caught the ball in the end zone for a touchdown. We'll review the play.
The only hope they have, and you can see Herm Edwards make the motion, that he was juggling the ball. Obviously, his feet were in.
Watch, look at his hands. He's got the ball.
Well, that's a touchdown.
And when he comes down, that's a touchdown. When he comes down. Now, if he would lose the ball here.
Ooh.
If he would lose the ball here.
Ooh.
After reviewing the play, the receiver did get both feet down, except on completing the catch, the ball was rolling and he never controlled it. Therefore, it's an incomplete pass.
Then it applies everywhere.
Yes, it does. And I agree. I think it's the correct call. That's a tough break for Chambers. That was a tremendous effort. Edwards is in there as the 3rd down back on 3rd and goal. Lucas over the middle, almost intercepted, knocked down by Cowart. Boy, has he had a great first half. Now Olindo Mate, the 2nd most accurate kicker in NFL history, is on to try a chip shot from 28. And he's perfect. Well, you can hardly blame the lack of a touchdown on Ray Lucas. He threw a perfect strike on 2nd down. 2nd and 7. Williams hit in the backfield and planted by Josh Evans. 2nd and 7. Great protection for Pennington underneath to Curtis Martin. He's down to the 23, near a first down.
If he's on the 23, he's got it. And he's got it.
Let's go to Susie.
Well, Mike, it turns out that the relationship between Chad and Vinny has actually gotten better since Chad became the starter. Vinny's been his #1 supporter, checking on him, making sure he's okay, constantly offering reassurance on game day and all week long. Vinny had stressed earlier we're a team, still feels the same way, and I talked to him about it before the game. He said, you know what, it's easy to be so supportive of this kid because he is so respectful, such a good guy. He works so hard and fun to be around. Vinny says, look, 16 years in the league, this is how things go. But he's not quite ready to give up his dreams just yet. There's some goals and things that he still wants to attain. He's not exactly sure how he'll reach them. And, of course, everything seems farther away when you're not the starter. But next step for Vinny, we're not quite sure what that is yet.
And he's very happy with the organization, Susie, even though he's the backup. They took care of him when he had that foot surgery in the offseason. The relationship couldn't be any better. John Hall, 30-yarder. And the Jets with a good finish to the half. Hall kicks the field goal, and it makes the lead 10-3. Let's go to Susie Culver. Susie.
Herm, how much more can you do with Chad against this press coverage?
Well, they're playing pretty good defense, and I think we're playing pretty good defense, too. It's one of those type games, and we just got to keep waiting for an opening, and hopefully we can get one. We've had some guys at times open, but they've been playing pretty well on defense.
Your run D has gotten progressively better every week. What's the biggest difference between how you're playing Ricky this week and the first meeting?
Well, I think guys understanding that we have to contain him, and there has to be a bunch of guys trying to tackle him, not just one guy, and that's important to try to keep him contained.
Best of luck in the second half.
Thank you.
The Jets came in tonight looking to get back in the race. An early touchdown set the tone, and a reversal of a call had Dave Wanstead fuming on the sideline. And New York's defense has been rock solid, shutting down Miami's ground game with Ricky Williams. Welcome back to the Meadowlands, everybody. It is a defensive battle between the Jets and the Dolphins. And, guys, they have both been brilliant tonight on both teams.
Well, he doesn't like it, but this is a defensive game.
He wants it 45-44.
I know, and he would love it. I think the people would, too. But when you look at the hitting that's going on, we're going back almost to the Denver-Miami game, Joe.
Well, in somewhat of a reversal, the big thing is which quarterback is going to make the big mistake. Ray Lucas got away with one when Donnie Abraham picked it off. Chad Pennington's been very careful, done a good job of taking care of the football. I think that whichever quarterback makes the mistake is going to be the turning point in this ball game for the teams. Jamie Nails, who was an acquisition and has really got his weight down to about 330 at the left guard position, has made a world of a difference for this offensive line.
2nd and goal. Williams tries to go left and is buried.
And fumbled the football.
Ball is loose. No signal.
You know what's amazing, Joe? The hand signals from Miami are, first of all, no, he was down. Then the other one is, no, we got it back. And the Jets are saying, no, we got the ball. And somebody's hurt.
Jay Fiedler is waving for the training staff to come in. Or, excuse me, Ray Lucas waving for the training staff to come in. And it is a fumble, and it is the Jets' ball.
Sam Garnes is down in this other end zone with the football. Garnes is standing down here, and he thinks he's got it. Here comes Ricky Williams.
Ricky never has total possession of the ball.
2nd and goal. Lucas straight back. Straight to Conrad. Touchdown. Conrad was wide open, and Lucas put it on the money.
Thomas is a linebacker.
Pressure coming. Screen. Curtis Martin. Martin slips, but he has enough yardage for the first down.
I said the only guy left in there in a linebacker spot was Zach Thomas, and he read the screen perfectly. The only problem is he had too many guys out in front of him, one of them being Kevin Mawa, number 68.
Chambers has made 3 sensational catches tonight. Look out from behind. Lucas swarmed. John Abraham got there first and hung on for dear life. 4 sacks this year for Abraham, the speed rusher from the outside. Dolphins, great field position. They start from their own 46. Lucas to throw, under pressure, almost picked by Marvin Jones. The middle linebacker had a shot, couldn't keep his feet under it.
Ray Lucas has probably been more lucky tonight than anything. He's had the ball come out of his hand funny. This one gets batted, and Marvin Jones basically just overruns it. It gets knocked away by Sam Coward, it looks like, again, making the play and just can't quite get to it.
Sam Coward is healthy again, and when he is a great, great player. Here comes the pressure. They want a screen. Williams ran through a tackle of Marvin Jones. Ray Lucas, when he played for the Jets, was 6-3 as the starter in '99. Then they drafted Chad Pennington, which forced him out. We asked Lucas about it.
Play really well. Think you're going to get rewarded, and you don't, but that's the business. I learned another lesson. I learned it the hard way, that you're here today and gone tomorrow, period. What have you done for me lately? That's how this business is.
He wants this so badly. 3rd and 3. Under pressure, throws incomplete.
Oh, man. Got it.
A 5th-round draft choice in '96. They said he was too small, he was too slow. Coles! Wide open and a perfect strike across midfield. 42 yards.
He tried to do it to Wayne Corbett on the last series, but I just don't think anybody on the field can stay with Lavernius Coles. He's just that fast. Here's the play action. It's the same situation they had before when, he goes right by Brock Mary and Patrick Surtain. That's the same situation they had earlier when Chad Pennington underthrew him.
First 22 passes tonight got the Jets 100 yards. That one got them 42. Lamont Jordan is in as the back. Pennington throws out in the flat. Santana Moss. First down and more. They are at the outer edge of John Hall's field goal range right now.
Richie Anderson, number 20, is a guy that you just got to keep an eye on.
Pennington to Anderson. Oh, the psychic analyst strikes again.
I've known Paul Hackett for almost 20 years now.
That was only the 30th catch this year for Richie Anderson. 2 years ago, he caught 88.
Richie Anderson is the perfect guy in this offense because Chad Pennington, as you mentioned before, Paul, he basically told the guys, hey, I'm going to throw the first guy that's open. He's very accurate. He's very bright when we've got the Broncos in 2 weeks.
Jordan again. Cuts it outside. Zach Thomas knocks him out of bounds after Arturo Freeman slowed him up. But he's close to the sticks. First things first, John Hall has to convert from 27 and does. His second field goal of the night, and the Jets have taken a 13-10 lead. Pressure comes. Screen to Edwards. Room to run. Tries to cut it back and then belted down at the 38.
They have plenty of time. There's 1:40 and counting. Look at
Ray Lucas.
He's just saying, calm down, everybody. Let's not get carried away here.
Peace to the world.
In total control on 2nd and 3. Blitz coming. Mickens. Ray Mickens from the corner.
All right. Now what you need is an opportunity to be able to complete a pass down the field. Take your time.
Remember the rule change? The clock used to stop after a sack. It doesn't anymore.
Plenty of time.
Pressure. Lucas. Incomplete. Throwing for Chambers, and Abraham was on him like a blanket. Now 4th down.
Well, there's a flag on this play, and it's going to be holding against the Miami Dolphins. And I'll tell you what, in this situation, Joe, it's going to be 4th down.
4th and 12 or 3rd and 22. What do you do? I don't want to give them another
I go
play.
4th and 12.
I do too.
I don't give them 2 plays. I don't give them 2 plays. I think you refuse the penalty, make it 4th down and 12.
Tripping on the offensive team, number 66. That penalty is declined. 4th down.
Now, the other thing I'm doing, you saw Ray Mickens get there on a blitz. I would not give Ray Lucas an opportunity to stand back and stay still. I believe Ted Cottrell, the defensive coordinator of the Jets, should and will bring pressure. I don't think they should sit back and let the receivers get down the field.
This is it for the Dolphins. They have no timeouts. They have to get this 1st down. Lucas throws incomplete. Aaron Beasley there on defense, and Chambers couldn't come up with it.
This was a great football game.
Wasn't it ever?
Yes, sir. And I said a long time ago in about the 2nd quarter,
boy, nice play by
Miami gets
Beasley.
13 points, they had a chance to win.
That's right.
They didn't get 13.
That's what their defense said. Get us 13. We'll be okay.
They all left their hearts on the field.
Lucas has a chance. Chambers goes down, makes the move inside. The ball's just thrown into the ground.
For the New York Jets, back-to-back wins over San Diego and now Miami. 2 of the elite teams and a broken-hearted Ray Lucas, whose homecoming has been spoiled. And the fans come to their feet to cheer Jets Jets.
And for the Dolphins, it was a case of missed opportunities. Ricky Williams' fumble on the 3. Chris Chambers had an opportunity with a touchdown. Just bounced away.
And for Dave Wannstedt, a 3-game losing streak. There is now a 3-way tie at the top of the AFC East, and the Jets are only a game behind.
It's a bitter taste for the Dolphins, but if there's one bit of consolation, they are still in 1st place in the division.
Just an absolutely brilliant football game between 2 teams who played so hard and so well tonight. Ray Lucas will be terribly disappointed, but certainly his best game as a starter for the Miami Dolphins. Let's go to Susie.
It's basically left for dead 2 weeks ago. What does this mean?
Well, I said all along, this team's got fight and it's got character. And these guys, my teammates, that's what it's all about. It's coming together, fighting for 60 minutes and pulling the win out.
Game-winning drive, you're 4 of 5. Where do you find that confidence?
And my teammates. I mean, my guys make plays, and I trust them. I believe in them. That's what I told them in the huddle. Just trust each other, and everything will happen okay.
Congratulations on a great win.
All right, thank you.
Mike?
Susie, a tremendous ball game. The final score, the Jets win it over the Dolphins 13-10. For Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Kalber, and the hardest-working crew in television, this is Mike Patrick saying goodnight from the Meadowlands. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
It's the NFL on CBS from Ford Field. Today, the New York Jets matched up against the Detroit Lions. And a month ago, it looked like this would be a lost season for the Jets, but oh, how things have changed. There could be a 4-way tie at 5-5 at the end of the day in the AFC East. Chad Pennington has been a big reason why he has re-energized this Jet team. They've won 3 of their last 4. The Lions are 3-6, but they've won 3 in a row at home. We'll come back with the opening kick after this. Ian Eagle, Solomon Wilcots, the rest of our CBS crew with you from Detroit, Michigan. Jets and Lions. Herman Edwards in his 2nd season as the head coach of the Jets, and big key for this football team, Solomon, that bye week. before the Minnesota game. They got back to the basics, and it showed.
Have to give a lot of credit to Herman Edwards and his defensive coordinator, Ted Cottrell, and really getting this defense back on track. And they've done a wonderful job. And the main thing is they've gotten back to the basics in stopping the run, and they're playing so much more physical on the defensive side of the ball.
As for the Detroit Lions, a 40-14 humbling loss to Green Bay at Lambeau last week. Marty Morningweg, in his second season as the head coach of this team, he has liked what he has seen from year 1 to year 2. And the biggest difference, he told us, they've got the quarterback, a franchise quarterback in their mind, and that's Joey Harrington.
And now they have to get some weapons around Joey Harrington. Last week in Green Bay, they dropped a lot of balls. And Marty Morningweg said, hey, we catch the ball in Detroit, so he's looking for an improved performance out of his receivers and his running backs and the secondary as well, who also dropped some interceptions in Green Bay.
Lions have won the toss. Jets will kick it off with John Hall. Eddie Drummond is waiting. And from the goal line, here's Drummond crossing the 20. And he is stacked up at the 24-yard line as Jason Glenn made the play on special teams. 8th play of the drive. Coming up, first possession of the game. Lions and Jets. 3rd and goal. Harrington wants to throw it. Fires. Picked off. Intercepted. Jones back in the game for New York. And he comes up with a turnover. Marvin Jones with the pick on Joey Harrington. And the Lions come up empty. Jets will have it at the 20 when we come back.
The defense is taught to read the eyes of the quarterback, and Marvin Jones, he's looking at Harrington. Harrington's reading the tight end, Michael Ricks, doesn't look off. Jones breaks on the ball. And Joey Harrington, young quarterback, has to do a better job of looking off the defense. The veteran, Marvin Jones, he reads it like a Shakespearean play.
5th career interception for Jones, 12th of the season for the rookie Harrington. On a 3rd and 7, Pennington has the time. Quick throw on a slant. Lavernius Coles makes the catch. And he's got a first down out across the 30-yard line. Pickup of 10 through the air. Double tight end set. 5 completions for Pennington. 4 different receivers. Little fake. On the end around, Santana Moss. Moss dancing, spins away, and he's got some room. Santana Moss to the 30. Moss from behind got to the 25. And a first down for New York. It was Pennington who came out to block on that right side for Moss.
And coaches will tell you, in the National Football League, you can't run east and west. But when you have the speed of Santana Moss, you can get it done. You can't do it all the time, but look at this. He gets away from several would-be tacklers there for the Detroit Lions. And there's Pennington out in front, leading the way, picking up the first down. That's why they bring in Lamont Jordan, because he can get it done.
4 receivers set. Timing pattern. A fade to the end zone. Moss was wide open. Touchdown, Jets. He beat Todd Light, and Pennington put it exactly where it had to be.
Well, he beat Todd Light from the word go. Light did not get the jam. It was just a beautifully thrown pass by Pennington. Well, it's Todd Light working against Santana Moss over in that right corner of the end zone. But he plays from off. You see the move. He bites on the inside move by Moss, and then he just lays it up. Pennington does. Easy touchdown reception. And the Lions are going to go with a no-huddle offense, looking to change the tempo, trying to really keep the personnel on the defensive side of the ball where they can't really play the pass.
On 3rd and 3, Harrington zings it. Incomplete. Scotty Anderson, the intended receiver. White jerseys in the vicinity. Jets in front, 4 minutes to play here in the first quarter from Ford Field in Detroit. Jets trying to even their mark at 5-5 this season. Lions looking for their 4th straight win at home. Curtis Martin gets the carry. Anthony Beck, the tight end, sets up as a receiver on a 2nd and 4. So a 4-receiver alignment, they're going to run it. Martin. Curtis Martin has a first down running hard across the 35-yard line. Barrett Green, who was back in there for Detroit. Play calling last week against Miami a bit conservative, but that might have been the fact that they didn't think Ray Lucas could go out and beat them. Handoff, Martin bouncing off a tackler. Curtis Martin, a stutter step move into Detroit territory. And that penalty is nullified because of the run by Martin. He got a block from Beck, a 26-yard burst.
They'll just spread it out, and it'll hit right up the middle there. But you only can do that because on the previous possession, they spread the ball around with the passing game. They spread everyone out on this play, and they hit you with the draw play to Curtis Martin. So right now they're using the pass to set up the run, and it's all working in concert. Curtis Martin off to a good start.
7 carries, 49 yards. Jets have run the ball 8 times. They've passed it 7 times. The balance is there. Play action. Pennington fires upfield into triple coverage. Lavernius Coles. And a first down for New York at the 33-yard line. They are just methodically moving it down the field, 14 yards through the air.
You know, every now and then you need a player to make a play for you. The quarterback does. And watch how Coles, he'll come back to the ball. He gets back to the ball because it's thrown in an area where there's 3 defenders. He didn't just keep running up the field. He throttles down and watch him. He comes back to the ball, made a great adjustment. And that's just a veteran ball player making a play for a very young quarterback in Chad Pennington.
Pennington finds the seam, and Coles has his 3rd catch of the day. Jordan is in there. And a direct snap to him. Lamont Jordan running to the outside. And Jordan with a little chicanery to the 20-yard line. How about that? Paul Hackett on 2nd and 5. Pennington wants to throw it. Steps up, fires, post pattern. Wayne Corbett. Touchdown Jets.
Now, this is just too easy. If you're Detroit, you cannot allow this to happen. They go play action down in the red zone, and they're biting on every play action the Jets throw at them. Now, I know Paul Hackett's doing a good job of calling the offense, but you have to look at number 25. That's Corey Harris. He gets out of position. They get in under the cornerback, Chris Cash, but you have to stay in position. Read the eyes of the quarterback. He's going to take you to the ball.
Now a 3rd and 3, empty backfield for Detroit. Harrington will fire. Got a man. Bill Schrader makes the catch. Looking for an angle. It's Schrader. Takes it the distance. Touchdown, Detroit. Full receiver look. This is Rich Gannon-like for Pennington. Handoff. Martin trying to move laterally. He does. Dives forward. And they will spot it just short of the 45-yard line. Todd Light missed him. And now a 3rd and 8. Clear passing situation for Detroit. Harrington into a crowd. Incomplete. A matchup with Crowell and Mickens.
This Jets defense, they held Ricky Williams to 53 yards last week. Tomlinson of San Diego 60 yards. And so far here in the ballgame, Stewart has 85 yards rushing.
Double tight end set, Ricks and Owens. Harrington batted down. Firing through was Coward. Detroit's going to go for it on 4th and 12 with only 14 seconds left. Could have tried a 58-yard field goal. Instead, it's Harrington. Under some heat. Harrington throws on the run. Broken up. Larry Foster, the intended receiver.
It's going to come down to who can avoid the mistakes and create some big plays.
And a 1st and 10 for this New York offense from their own 38. They've been rotating at left guard. Machado back in there for the Jets. Handoff. Martin through a hole, and Martin caught from behind by Barrett Green. 6-yard gain, and that's right about where Curtis Martin has been averaging today on the ground. Well above his season average of 3.7.
Well, he looks really good today. Early in the game, I didn't think he had the power to break tackles, but the offensive line is doing a good job of creating some room, and they're coming out in a spread formation, and that's creating bigger running lanes for Curtis Martin, and he's taking advantage of it.
Herman Edwards told us he'd like to get Jordan about 13 carries today, but the way Martin's been carrying the football, that's not going to happen. Jordan has touched it just twice. It's Martin again, crossing midfield into Detroit territory and down at the 48-yard line. He got blocks on that right side from Becht and Corbett. Just inside the 8-yard line. On a 3rd and goal, 8th play of the drive. Empty backfield for Harrington. Steps up. Harrington throws. Caught! Bill Schrader. Touchdown Lions. His 2nd of the day. Pennington is 13 of 16 throwing the football. And he's going to throw it here on 3rd down. Pennington got a first down to Coles. And down the sideline to the 48 of Detroit. 16-yard hookup. Line of scrimmage just short of the 36. Toss to the sideline. Pick set. Lavernius Coles down the sideline. Here's Coles spun to the sideline, out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Kevin Mawai helped spring him loose. Corbett was bunched up in the area as well. Pennington, short drop, a throw, angling to the end zone. Corbett's got it. Touchdown, Jets.
In this offense, you can't forget about Wayne Corbett. He's always there. He's omnipresent. He's a guy that's going to make some plays. So you go looking for Coles to make the play, and they go backside to Wayne Corbett. Catching the ball in front, this is what he's good at doing, making the possession. He fights to get the ball across the pylon into the end zone.
And Mr. Third Down label is back for Wayne Corbett. That was a 3rd and goal, and now they'll go for 2, trying to get back the point that they lost out on earlier when John Hall had his extra point blocked. 2 of 2 this season on 2-point tries. Leading at 19 to 14.
Wide open.
And it's Coles. 2-point conversion for the Jets. And there was a breakdown for Detroit. Nobody saw Coles line up.
How do you leave him wide open? Lavernius Coles.
1st and 10 at the Detroit 47. Pennington's having a career day. Pennington finds Corbett, who takes a shot to the back. Eric Davis just laid him out. That's a 25-yard line. That's 23 yards. Right now, Santana Moss takes his spot on the field. 1st down, New York. Martin. Long strides across that 20-yard line, and Curtis Martin, while it has not been a spectacular day, it's been a good one. 22-yard field goal for John Hall. Blocks have been a major problem this season for the 6th-year kicker. Turk will hold it. Hall on the approach and bangs it through. This is a 2-possession game. We talked about it earlier. You just get that sense of confidence from the offensive players on this New York team. They believe in Pennington. He is no longer labeled the future quarterback of the Jets. He's the QB of the present. Good toss. And it's Coles down the sideline. So while Lavernius didn't get it on the last play, Pennington picks him up.
You know what? They're hitting their stride. They have balance in the offense. They can run the ball. Curtis Martin's getting close to 100%, but then Lamont Jordan, he's able to make plays and then screen plays like this. I tell you, they're hitting on all cylinders, at least today.
Curtis Martin after the catch, another New York 1st down inside the 20. That's good for 19 yards. This is how they currently stand. New England at 5-4. They've got a tough game coming up, the rematch against Oakland in the AFC semifinal game in the postseason last year. Miami leading Baltimore handily. Buffalo's already lost today. They're 1-2 in the division. And you see the Jets.
Getting back to the Jets, they have 20 new ball players on their football team. 6 new starters on the defense. And then you factor in that they're playing Pennington, a young quarterback, in Lamont Jordan, a young running back who's seen significant time helping you win. Not only are they getting it done, but you know what, their future looks bright with so many young guys starting to make a name for themselves.
Jets convert on the 3rd down. Jordan taking it to the goal line. Jordan remains in there. Trying to put this game away. Bootleg. Pennington throwing. It's caught. Anthony Becht. Touchdown. Flag down. Chad Pennington on that rollout, finding Becht in the back of the end zone. And
we're offside, defense, right defensive end, lined up in the neutral zone. The penalty is declined. Touchdown.
It's going to count for New York. Chad Pennington, 4 touchdown passes today.
It's just a play-action fake, hitting it up the field to Anthony Becht, who's wide open. Gets underneath the linebacker, Jeff Gooch, with just an accurate pass by Chad Pennington for his 4th touchdown of the day.
Solomon Pennington told us he spoke with Paul Hackett when he took over the job. Hackett told him these guys are going to feed off your energy and emotion in the beginning. It'll be a novelty act, but eventually you're going to have to go out and win games. Well, the talent has taken over. The Jets lead it 31-14. And for those of you expecting to see 60 minutes, you're watching the NFL on CBS, the game between the Jets and the Lions. Ian Eagle along with Solomon Wilcots. Our score, 31-14, Jets in front, and 60 minutes will be seen in its entirety immediately following this game, except on the West Coast. Well, that relationship, Pennington and Testaverde, it's important to talk about because Testaverde has accepted his role, and he has been a help to Chad Pennington, and the two have developed a strong bond when Pennington was back up to Vinny. We'll talk more about it in a moment. Eddie Drummond on the return for Detroit. Drummond's got an opening. Wow. Drummond able to get to the sideline and tackled at the 44 by John McGraw. And these Jet players have rebounded from a low point.
Well, talking to Herman Edwards and his coaching staff, he said, hey, we stayed calm. We didn't get down on the players. He said, you know, we continue to encourage them and support them. And they went during the bye week. They got back to the basics. They went back to doing some tackling drills without going live. They were able to sort of simulate those opportunities. But they did a really good job coaching this football team and bringing everyone back together.
One thing he said about Chad Pennington, he said, the young quarterback is a very patient player. Harrington able to throw, and Cason is caught over the middle, and he expounded on that by saying patient people go to the grocery store. They like to get their groceries, do the full shop. The other kinds of people just go to 7-Eleven. They get the quickies, the milk, the eggs. They don't do the full shop. They go bang, bang, 7-Eleven, get out. He's got a patient guy in Pennington. That's the way he
I'm a grocery store guy. I really am. And I don't take the shopping part, though. I just get the things. I hold them in my hand. I don't get everything I need at the grocery store, but I am a grocery store guy.
I was a 7-Eleven guy. I think I've made that transition to the grocery store mentality, and certainly Herman Edwards. This team has made the transition to be a legitimate player once again in the postseason race in the AFC. 2:17 left to go in the fourth. And the leadership of Edwards, that's one thing you can never question. The motivational skills of Edwards, he showed it in his first year as a head coach, and he is showing it once again in his second year.
He is a motivator, and I think he's a good coach, more importantly, because he's a good teacher. He didn't panic when things began to go awry, when the defense was giving up 190 yards rushing in each and every ball game. You know it had to hurt him, but he said he drew from his experiences when he was with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He said it took us 5 or 6 games to put that defense in before it began to click. He said, but it's really tested me as a coach. He said it's been one of the worst experiences that he's ever been through.
4th and 15, Lions have to go for it. Deflected pass, Joey Harrington. And Harrington on the day. The numbers that you'd like to forget about. Starring Oscar winner William Herm. All tonight on CBS. Handoff, Lamont Jordan. And Jordan running with confidence as he takes it to the 15-yard line. 17-yard gain. Well, for this young Lions team, they will drop to 3-7 on the season after getting beat badly in Green Bay last week. They were in this game at halftime. They actually took the lead in the third quarter, but things fell apart after that.
Oh, injuries have really hurt him. This is Luther Ellis as he walks off limping. They've already lost Robert Porcher today. Oz Hakeem, their big play wide receiver on the outside. He left early in the ball game in the first quarter. So, you know, it's a very young football team as it is, but when you lose your big players, it's really going to hurt you. Tough to win football games.
And Randy Thomas did a tremendous job against Luther Ellis today. Chance to tell you that the executive producers of the NFL on CBS, Sean McManus and Tony Battiti, coordinating director Larry Cavallina. Today's game produced by Vic Frank, directed by Suzanne Smith. Senior producer of the NFL Today is Eric Mann, directed by Bob Mattina. Coordinating producer of CBS Sports, Harold Bryant. The associate director of today's game, Deb Gelman. Broadcast associate, Jason Ross. Technical manager, Tom McCarthy. Our thanks to Chad Evans with computer stats. Dave Freed, the statistician here in the booth, and Jim Stamos, our spotter. The rest of our CBS crew, an outstanding job here today. Final 29 seconds. No trap game for the New York Jets. And no letdown for Herman Edwards and company. The Jets defeat the Lions 31-14. And New York now 5-5 on the season, rebounding from a 1-4 start. Smile on the face of Chad Pennington. Congratulations from fellow young quarterback Joey Harrington. And it's over. Jets 31, Lions 14. We'll come back with some final thoughts from Ford.
There's the usual November wind in the Meadowlands, but temperature in the 50s and sunshine. The Bills and Jets at 5-5, and Curtis Martin, one of the premier running backs. Will he rush for another 1,000-yard season? Could happen today. And we're back in the Meadowlands, the Bills and the Jets, and just moments ago, Bonnie Bernstein had an opportunity to talk with a young starting quarterback of the New York Jets.
Chad Pennington, the chances of them getting some pretty good wind gusts today, pretty good. How does that affect your passing game?
Well, first of all, you can't worry about it. That's part of football. It's what's great about football. You play in the elements. And it's going to test us, but what we have to do is just be patient, be smart, and take our chances when we have them.
All right, Chad, thanks for the time. And one quick note, little food for thought. Chad Pennington, 4-2 as a starter. Never have the Jets trailed going into the half when Chad's been a starter.
Herman in his speech a month ago, where he kind of went off when it was the question was broached about, do you think some guys on your team might quit? I think it's pretty safe to say that everyone rallied after that emotional outburst by Coach Edwards, and his team has played with an enthusiasm and an intensity that they hadn't played with prior, Dick.
That's right. They were 2-5 at the time and went out to San Diego and crushed the highly favored Chargers. First down at the 23. Bledsoe, good protection, then dumps it on the screen, and Henry dropped for a loss at the 30 as the Jets read it well, and it was Sam Cowart, the former Buffalo backer, to make the play.
I know everyone in New York has seen this over and over, but here's Coach Edwards.
And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because the one thing I know, I don't quit. That will not happen.
Well, a lot of times a head coach gives a speech like that. He's talking to the media, but he's really talking to the men down in the locker room. And the team was listening. They heard a Buffalo Bill is down on the field.
Travis Henry, who was the catcher on that last one.
Watch his head snap back right here. And Travis Henry, when he goes down, lets go of the football. And as you can tell by not even making a move to recover it, he was pretty much out at that point in time. And he, walking off, he was unsure of himself. I'm not sure he could have gotten to the sidelines without some help.
3rd and 12. Bledsoe 6 for 7 in this opening drive, almost intercepted. It was intended for Josh Reed, and Sam Garnes had a shot at it. No, it was Damian Robinson, I believe, who had a play.
A problem all year long for the Jets has been dropped interceptions. You know the old line about defensive backs, if they could catch, they'd be wide receivers. Herman Edwards telling us we've had at least 10 clean interceptions that we have dropped. Well, let's make it 11 opportunities that they didn't convert.
Same aria is being sung by Greg Williams in Buffalo as Mike Hollis into the wind, hits the crossbar and goes through. Oh my, and you saw the effect of the wind going left to right. That ball just died in the last 10-15 yards, just enough. Kissed the crossbar for 3. Now here's Chadwick Pennington, the quarterback replaced Vinny Testaverde. Started game 5 when they were 1-3 in the beginning of the season. And Curtis Martin picks up nearly 10 yards on his first carry. Martin has 575 yards this year on a slow start, but he could well get that 1,000 yards again. Curtis Martin, the lone running back, as Pennington throws his first pass of the game. Wide open, Santana Moss, and a first down at the Bills 36.
Vinny's been wonderful to him.
Yes, he has. Curtis Martin on the toss, sets up his blockers, and has a first down as he churns to the 21.
Well, Curtis Martin bothered all season by that left ankle injury that he sustained in the opener. Finally starting to get back to the Curtis Martin of old. The Curtis Martin with 7 consecutive 1,000-yard season. Look at the tremendous blocking out front. Richie Anderson makes that thing go, but then the dazzling move back to the inside. Richie Anderson, a lot more than just a pass-catching fullback that time, made the block that sprang Martin.
Martin who struggled off the field in the second half and played on that injured ankle. Probably shouldn't have. 3 or 4 games was subpar, but he's back at full speed. Here he goes again. Down to the 10-yard line and another first down as he's picked up 34 yards and 4 carries. Contemplate all the possibilities of that last call.
Did that make any sense what I said?
Yes,
there?
it did.
Okay,
exactly.
Because I confused what throws me too.
23-yard field goal by John Hall ties it up. So a couple of field goals here in the opening quarter in the Meadowlands, and the Bills and Jets are even. 45 seconds left in this opening quarter. First down at the Buffalo 36. Bledsoe. Incomplete, intercepted on the deflection. Riemersma had to go off his hands and right to Sam Garnes. Garnes with his first pick of the year. Timeout, 33 seconds left in the first quarter. Drew Bledsoe, only the 8th interception this year, deflected off the hands of his tight end to Sam Garnes, who has his first pick of the year. That's been part of the turnaround by the Jets. They were a -6 in the turnover differential, going 1-4 to start. They've won 4 of their last 5, and now they're a +7 in turnovers. Down the middle, open is a tight end, Anthony Becht. Another first down at the 32.
Let's look at the interception before we take a look at Anthony Becht. Here's Jay Riemersma right here at the tight end position, and he's going to curl it to the inside, and the ball's going to be thrown to the right. He makes a stop right there, and really, you know, it wasn't the worst throw I've ever seen. Now, Anthony Becht right down the middle of the field, something the Jets have said they're going to work on. Becht has been effective around the goal line, but they have a package of passes in for the big tight end now out in the open field.
And they're in position to take the lead here as we end the first quarter at the Meadowlands. Bills 3, Jets 3 will return to Giant Stadium right after this message. We open the second quarter. Drew Bledsoe and Jay Riemersma. So much of the pass patterns are feel between receiver and quarterback.
And that was just a miscommunication, because certainly Drew Bledsoe threw to a spot. Riemersma wasn't there. As to who's to blame, well, nobody knows, and it's just a misfire. It happens.
Toss to Martin, and he runs into his own blocker, but in part because there to hit was Chris Watson for the Buffalo Bills. On 3rd and 5, give it to Martin. They cross up the Bills. They were looking for pass, and it's a first down at the 15.
And if it's not for Eddie Robinson hanging on for dear life, I think Curtis Martin is in the end zone.
This is into the wind, although a short one, 27 yards.
Well, Hall has had 4 kicks blocked in the last 5 games. So there's nothing is automatic now when John Hall addresses a place kick.
That one right down the center, and a flag goes down, and they ran into the kicker, Chris Watson, in trying to block it, and that's a personal foul, so the Jets can bring the offense back on the field.
Well, remember, there's 2 different kinds. This is like a punt. There's running into the kicker, and then there's roughing the kicker.
Either one's a first down, though, Dan. They only needed 3 for the first down. Or do they take the 3? Now they're going to bring the offense back out.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Personal foul, roughing the kicker, number 21 defense, half the distance to the goal, first down.
Now, Watson had a controversial interference call last week that was costly at Kansas City.
Well, Buffalo's so upset they had 13 penalties last week. And Watson was hit by Kevin Mawai, who's out on the wing, and that's what Greg Williams is trying to argue, that his guy was knocked back into the kicker because of the collision with Kevin Mawai out on the corner. Run the football into the end zone. Let these guys hammer away. Give them the opportunity to finish it off.
Sowell, the blocker. Jordan, the fullback. He gets the call. He's to the goal line, and no signal yet. Yes, touchdown Jets. Oh, Lamont Jordan, 2 cracks from the 4-yard line, and he moved the pile on both efforts.
Randy Thomas, the right guard, pulls around, gets up into the hole, And if that football crossed the plane of the end zone, it was only a portion of the ball that did so.
So the Jets trade a 6-3 lead to 10-3 on the penalty called against Chris Watson for running or personal foul into the kicker in the 50-yard drive in 9 plays. All the yardage by the ground, not a completed pass in that 50-yard drive after Sam Garn's interception. Hall into the wind, fielded at the 9 by Charlie Rogers. Rogers is stiffened by Gerald Soule and Jason Glenn, brother of Aaron Glenn, a former Jet. We have a timeout.
You know, when you're a special teams player, it's your only moment to shine, and he made the most of it.
Here comes the reverse to Peerless Price, and Price tripped up. A terrific play by John Abraham, who held his ground and got enough of him to drop him when it appeared. Price had good blocking out ahead. On 3rd and 3, intercepted. It's Aaron Beasley who dives in front of the receiver, Peerless Price, and Beasley has his 2nd interception of the year. 2 turnovers now for the Jets. Aaron Beasley, one of the additions to this Jets roster, an unrestricted free agent. His first 6 years with Jacksonville, where he had 15 interceptions. That's his 2nd of this season. As Bledsoe, look what happens when he doesn't throw a pick. They're 5-0, but 7 interceptions in the 5 losses, and 2 more today does not bode well.
Here is Price right here, and I think it's apparent that Bledsoe thinks he's going to run a sharp cut. Instead, Price kind of, it's kind of a soft-looking little pattern right there. And Bledsoe's going to throw it like he's expecting a sharp slant, and it's got a real rounded edge to it, and that allows Aaron Beasley to make a tremendous break on the football.
Anderson in motion on 3rd and 2. Martin, the running back, he gets the call, runs through 1 tackle and spins for a first down to the 46. Antoine Winfield from the corner tripped him up.
Well, Curtis Martin one more time moves the chains, and we've been talking about this Jets offensive line. Right there, though, it was Curtis Martin that had to make a move right at the line of scrimmage to get around Winfield. But I'd say to this point in time, the dominant group on the field has been the Jets offensive line.
Martin, the Jets' most valuable player the last 3 years, has 60 yards rushing in this first half. He gets the call on first down and picks up about 4 to the 41. So it's 3rd and a long one. And Pennington pumps, and he's going to go long for Coles. He's got him at the 10.
Well, we saw Chad Pennington do a pump fake earlier when he threw a short pass, and we're wondering, why does he do that? Well, here's where a pump fake really works, because Chris Watson, the corner, really bites on it. In fact, I thought he maybe could have been called for interference with that hit right there. If that's not interference, I don't know what is, but it doesn't draw the flag, and it doesn't matter because Lavernius Coles comes up with the catch anyway. But credit that to the play action of the Jets and that pump fake. Boy, did they sell it.
And it earns 28 yards in 1st and goal at the 9. And Pennington has to call time as he was running out of play clock.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Saturn, makers of the View redesigned L Series and the all-new Ion. And by TGI Fridays. At Fridays, try one of our delicious menu items tonight, like our double-glazed baby back ribs.
With a score tied at 3, Sam Garn's interception at midfield led to a Jets touchdown, and now Aaron Beasley's interception. And the Jets offense has taken it down to the 9, 1st and goal. Martin, the tailback, with Anderson in motion. Martin off right tackle, still on his feet, and a touchdown. Oh my, what an effort by Curtis Martin, exploding to the goal line, 9-yard score.
And how nice is it for New York and their fans to see a healthy Curtis Martin carrying the football. He showed he was back last week when he ran for 112. But look at that move right there on Antoine Winfield. Oh, boy.
Josh Reed, the rookie, to the left with Price and Moulds to the right side out of the shotgun. Oh, that was a touchdown for Donnie Abraham if he'd have been able to pull it in. Eric Moulds, the receiver, and the Jets are jumping on that short pass.
Well, they are, and again, we're back to this problem that's been plaguing the Jets, and that's their secondary's inability to hold on to a football. Drew knew that he made a mistake. I don't know if he was expecting Eric Moulds to run another pattern. I don't know, but it's there seems to be some sort of lack of really being on the same page between Bledsoe and his receiver.
3rd down and 8. Bledsoe fires to the tight end, incomplete. Riemersma had this one go right off his chest. Perfect throw, would have been a first down near midfield. How different these two Jets teams that we've seen early and now are.
Well, if you look at this game to this point, it seems that the Jets are the team that really senses the urgency of their situation. And realistically speaking, the loser of this game is going to have 6 losses in this ultra competitive division, which makes you think they're going to have to run the table to make the playoffs. So I know that it's not even December yet, but I think Greg Williams and Herman Edwards are both well aware that the loser of this football game is a real long shot to make the playoffs.
Plus the first tiebreaker is head-to-head. You don't want to lose 2 times to the team in your division. Martin eludes the early attempt at a tackle as young Grant Irons couldn't tackle him in the backfield in person. Prelo had to do the job later, and there you see the standings with Miami a game in front of the other 3, and the division record basically the same, but Buffalo, should they lose, would go 1-3.
And Miami and New England are both playing early games today, and they are both winning as of right now, according to Lance Barrow, our producer.
He's got his eyes on everything. Pennington fires into the flat, complete to Coles, and Coles out of bounds at the 29 with a first down.
This offensive team of the Bills, they've got a little reconnoitering to do at halftime. They're not hitting it. They're not hitting it well at all.
Bledsoe from deep in his own area, gambling, and goes down at the 10-yard line as Josh Evans has his 5th sack of the season.
But in the grand scheme of things, that doesn't mean anything at all. Drew Bledsoe knows if I don't have a sure thing at this end of the field, at this stage of the first half, a sack is meaningless. An interception is 3 points.
You can see Sean Ellis pawing at the ball, trying to force the fumble, but the time does run out, and that is the end of the first half with the Jets. A couple of interceptions that led to 2 touchdowns and the difference in the game. From the 35, Pennington to Martin. Right back where they started, and now he's in the clear, and finally hanging on is Eddie Robinson, but perhaps hanging on to too much as 2 flags fly.
Well, that's what happens. You commit to 8 men in the box, which is what Buffalo did. The problem is if one of those 8 guys doesn't make the tackle, look out.
A 17-yard run plus 15 more on the personal foul.
Personal foul, grabbing and twisting the face mask. Number 55 defense, 15 yards to first down.
You're going to see Buffalo. They've got 6 right on the line. Middle linebacker, safety. Watch how quickly the safety fills, becoming the 8th man in the box. The problem is if you don't make the tackle, then there's nobody in that next line of defense for 10 yards downfield. And that's what happens right here. You end up with 8 guys in the box, but not one of the 8 makes the tackle. And there you get a pretty good look at Eddie Robinson really manhandling Curtis Martin, thus the 15-yarder face mask.
And Martin over the century mark. That's the 27th time as a Jet, a record for the franchise. Pennington underneath to Martin, 25, 20, skips out of a tackle, and he's down at the 15. Coy Wire and Eddie Robinson finally gets the elusive Martin to the turf.
You could see it last week when you watched the tape of their win over Detroit. You can see it during practice. Curtis Martin, while not 100%, is close enough to count. Look at his ability to plant, put his weight on that ankle. That is the Curtis Martin we're used to seeing, a dominating football player. In all aspects, Dick. He can block, he can run, he can receive, and he can lead.
In fact, earlier in the year, he said this ship was sinking trying to inspire his teammates. He's there to plug up all the holes as he picks up 4 on first down.
Yeah, I'm glad you knew what I said when he lead, not lead block. He is a leader. Chad Pennington he's had a lot of fun handing it off to Curtis Martin, but the offensive line, kudos to these guys. Look at the gaping holes that Curtis Martin has been enjoying, and he has been making people miss repeatedly. Bills have had shots at Curtis Martin, and they have whiffed.
He's now within 53 yards of 10,000 in his great career here in 8 seasons with New England and the Jets. Pennington rolling, throwing, Coles, touchdown. Lavernius Coles wide open.
What a tremendous fake. Nifty ball handling by Chad Pennington. His fake into the middle just sucked everybody in from the Buffalo defense. Here's Lavernius Coles right up here, and what he's going to do is come into this end zone and come all the way across. And because of the wonderful ball work inside, there's the fake, and they just completely lose track of Coles, and Chad Pennington just plays pitch and catch. But look at this nifty pivot, and then look how he shows the ball to everybody on the field and then takes it away. And when he comes out, everybody in a white jersey, nearly everybody, has just been bamboozled.
Second and goal. Henry in the end zone for a touchdown. His 10th rushing score of the season. 3rd and 8 for the Buffalo Bills at the Jets 22. Bledsoe shotgun. Good protection. Now he throws incomplete, and on the carom, neither Beasley nor Reed could get back there for it. Moles was in the end zone with a chance at the carom. Brings up 4th down, and Greg Williams going to send out Mike Hollis. Dan, it'd be a 40-yard attempt, and this with the wind. Hollis is 4 for 6 on the season in this range. Mormon, the punter, to hold. Hollis drills it through. So the Bills starting back at their own 11-yard line, move it downfield and settle for Mike Hollis' second field goal of the game and cut the lead to 11.
The hitting in this game has been ferocious.
3rd and 8. Wayne Probett in the slot. He hasn't caught a pass today. Becht in motion. Pennington on the roll. The plant and throw. And it's Probett for the first down at the Buffalo 48. His initial reception of the game. First down after the Probett catch at the Bills 48. Lamont Jordan cut down as a good low hit from cornerback Nate Clements. And to remind you how contentious this division is, no division of the 8 in the NFL as close as this. One game separating all 4 teams. Miami is winning against the Chargers. New England was ahead at last, but I believe that game is very close now. And the Jets Buffalo, the winner of this one, not only moves closer to the lead, but pushes the team they defeat down. And that's it's going to be tough to recover. 5 games left after this one. New England now with a 2-touchdown lead against Minnesota. Pennington. Guns wide open is Santana Moss. What a move. And he's hit from behind at the 26 by hustling London Fletcher.
What a move.
You can talk special teams when you're talking the Jets. The throw is to Lavernius Coles and a first down inside the 10.
You're right. He gets in there, and that was power on power. I think we understand that signal from Herman Edwards.
Well, at 24-13, the fans don't want a field goal, which would give the Jets a full 2-touchdown lead. Herman Edwards is going to comply.
He just waved them on and turned around and walked away.
So from the 1, a big play for the Jets and the Bills. Pennington. Oh my!
I can't believe he did that to Eddie Robinson. Eddie, I'm sorry, buddy.
Pennington, hardly a world-class sprinter.
Well, Dick, I go back to the touchdown where Pennington broke out, stopped, and threw it into the end zone. That has to be what Eddie Robinson is thinking right here. And then he goes ahead and starts back up again. Oh, my. And a linebacker does not like getting juked like that by a quarterback.
And Hall adds the extra point. They're loving Chadwick Pennington in the Big Apple. Everyone but Eddie Robinson. Oh my. Chad Pennington, his dad a high school coach in Knoxville, Tennessee. His mother an English teacher. And he used a little body English to throw it on Eddie Robinson for that touchdown. And could not have delighted this sellout crowd more. Oh, they've been roaring through this commercial break. John Hall skids one down, picked up by Philip Crosby, a backup fullback, and he's out to the 35-yard line. And with that, a timeout, 9:37 left in the fourth quarter. Whoop! Pennington's second rushing touchdown. The new Bronco. Herman Edwards telling you something about his character and what he believes in his team, going for it on 4th and goal at the 1, and it produces a touchdown. Bledsoe back with a throw to Travis Henry, and Bledsoe with his passing today, and it's nice to get this name on the air. He has now moved into the number 20 spot in yardage all time, almost 33,000 yards, passing Ken Anderson, the great Cincinnati quarterback today, and he's less than 100 away from moving up to 19 and jumping ahead of Troy Aikman. And only 30 years old, this old man. They bring a blitz, and Bledsoe has to throw it away. He skips it to Remersma, incomplete. Tonight on CBS, 9 o'clock, world premiere, Martin and Lewis. Hope you'll be with us. Bledsoe has it knocked free, and Evans recovers. Bo Lewis stripped him, and Josh Evans falls on the ball, and that makes it 3 turnovers to none. Jets advantage, and the score reflects it with 8:02 left in the fourth.
Three turnovers, you notice there on the bottom for Buffalo.
Here's Jordan blasting through a big hole and inside the 30. Easily the first down. London Fletcher with a tackle. Not a happy night for Bledsoe when he heard the news that his alma mater, Washington State, upset by rival Washington last night. The Cougars were 3rd in the BCS series standings.
Wasn't a great day for a lot of us.
Hey, you notice how kind I've been?
Yes,
Didn't mention it.
You know, I bleed maize and blue, and my Wolverines turned in a great effort yesterday. But congratulations to Ohio State. You know, they finished an undefeated season. Of course, a pair of their cornerbacks here, and Antoine Winfield, Nate Clements for the Bills.
4th and 2. It's deflected, incomplete, and the Jets will take over on downs on 4th and 2. Peerless Price was the intended receiver, and veteran Mo Lewis there to deny. And Curtis, who really had to be talked into playing high school football. His mother said, "You're going to get in trouble if you don't go out for sports. I want you to play football." Unlike so many moms who don't want you to go to play, you might get hurt.
Right.
She said, "You're going to play," and he was a star almost immediately. Underneath the throw, complete to Peerless Price, and that nothing but a little statistical frosting as the final seconds tick away. And the New York Jets will move above the 500 line, 6-5, with their 4th consecutive victory. And Herman Edwards' mean green team is now a factor in the AFC Eastern race. 31-13. Two teams battling to keep that playoff pulse alive. The Broncos and the Jets at the Meadowlands Giant Stadium. Late afternoon start here at the Meadowlands Giant Stadium. The Broncos and the New York Jets sell out as usual, 78,000 fans. And we welcome those of you who have been watching the first half of our doubleheader on CBS. Welcome to New Jersey, Denver and the Jets in the AFC West. Denver knows that either San Diego or Oakland will move into sole possession. They need a victory to keep their playoff hopes alive. And in the AFC East, the Jets in even more desperate straits. Marty Schottenheimer called Coach Schottenheimer and apologized as well. And down goes Gracie, and the Jets defense teeing off as Gracie goes down in the grasp of Josh Evans and Jason Ferguson. Third and a short 3 on this long opening drive. It's Olandis Gary as they bring in Gary in passing situations, hoping the Jets would look pass, and then Denver runs, but no gain as Marvin Jones there, number 55.
Good read by Marvin there in the middle, but really it's Josh Evans who fights off the block at the line of scrimmage, and Josh Evans comes up and wraps up below the knees. Marvin comes in to clean up, but Josh Evans, an outstanding job there at short yardage defense.
Jason Elam with a short field goal, and he knocks it through. Denver's long drive consuming more than half of the opening quarter. They lead it 3-0. 3rd and 5. Pennington underneath to Lavernius Coles, and a first down across the 40-yard line before Denard Walker can trip him up. Edwards, who's had great success in his 2 seasons winning on the road, but just 500 at home. He has the whip out. Jets need 4 straight to close out the year to entertain playoff hopes. And that'll help as Wayne Corbett leaps up at the 35-yard line. And the Cowboys have them stretched out in that 4th quarter, but the Niners come back.
What kind of a year is Terrell Owens having for the 49ers?
Ouch.
At least he didn't run out to the star and spike.
That's right. A minute to go in the quarter. Pennington to Lavernius Coles. And Coles is inside the 10-yard line. And we're down to just 10 seconds left in the quarter as the handoff is to Curtis Martin. Martin to the 1-yard line. Didn't quite get in. It'll be 2nd and goal. And how many times will you see this? An entire 15 minutes played, and the Jets haven't completed their first possession.
A 2-possession quarter, and this 1 possession isn't even over yet.
3-0 Broncos, but the Jets are on the 1-yard line. They call him the Tender Warrior, but he bruises opposing defenses. In 8 seasons in the NFL, Curtis Martin has rushed for 10,000 yards. This gets him over the plateau, the 16th in NFL history, and almost a touchdown with it.
And keep in mind, Curtis hurt his ankle in the opening win over Buffalo. He only had a total of 98 yards in the first 4 games for the Jets when they opened up to a 1-3 record. Yeah, that's why they were 1-3. A gimpy Curtis Martin.
2nd and goal at the 1. Martin, touchdown, Jets.
How's that for a little blocking at the line of scrimmage? Curtis Martin unscathed. A little 1-yard jaunt into the end zone. That's about as easy as it gets, other than loping around the corner.
3rd and goal from the 5, and Gracie's going to throw for it. In trouble. Abraham hits him from behind. They're calling it an incomplete pass. 22-yard field goal earlier, now a 23-yarder by Elam to tie. And how important was that blocked extra point by the Jets? 2 field goals, then equal 1 touchdown. We're even at 6. We've come 21.5 minutes into this first half, and we've had only 3 possessions. Another long drive as the Denver Broncos have gone 68 yards in 14 plays and 60 yards in 13 plays.
Shanahan stunned that he's playing.
And 3rd and 1, rejected as Portis, as charging in was Josh Evans. Credit Mo Lewis there to back up on the second wave. They'll go for it on 4th and 1. They've been 10 for 14 in 4th and 1, and it's Greasy. Oh, this is going to be very tight.
A quarterback sneak with a quarterback with a bad leg.
How do you push off when you got a bad left knee?
Oh, baby.
And based on the yellow line marker, he did not make it. Not even close. Tom White will make it official with a measurement.
You know, Mike Shanahan is a brilliant play caller, and it's tough for me to say that he doesn't know it, but that is you just wonder with a quarterback who's not entirely healthy and who has a bad leg. A curious call, a really curious call. A lot of times on a quarterback sneak, you'd like to maybe go over the top. You need to maybe make a move one side or the other to find a soft spot and go for it. Greasy, I would have to think, is incapable of doing that, and he wasn't close, as Dick said.
Well, the Broncos have been in the red zone twice in this first half and settled for 2 short Jason Elam field goals, 22 and 23 yards.
That's how you lose football games. Settling for field goal.
It's 3rd down and 2. Greasy to the end zone. Lally, touchdown.
Yep, even though Lally didn't get both feet down, the official on the site rules that he got pushed out of bounds and would have come down with both feet in bounds.
Beck, the tight end, moves to the right, and the give is to... No, fake to Anderson and a throw to Beck, and a first down at the 30-yard line. Nice fake to Anderson coming left, and then the roll by Pennington, who's very clever in handling the ball.
And look how he has done. And keep in mind that his lowest pass rating of the year is at 80.3 against Miami, a game that the Jets won. Now, for a guy in his initial starting experiences in the National Football League, those numbers are just brilliant.
As a starter, his rating is well over 100.
It's just phenomenal.
106.9 as a starting quarterback. Pennington rolling, looking, throwing to Quebec. Just masking his presence on the sidelines as if a spectator, and then the ball arrives, and it's another first down. 43 yards. He gets this one up, and he drives it through. Broncos leading 13-9.
How about that pickup?
Greasy to the end zone, just throws it away. No one there. Sharp and Anderson were short.
What a block by Clinton Portis. This is how you pick up a blitzer. He picks up John Abraham and just stops him dead in his tracks. Look at that, number 94 just comes to an abrupt halt as the rookie gives him a good stick and gives Brian Greasy all sorts of time. I got surprised Abraham.
And Portis admits to being only 180 pounds, although listed at 200. Greasy into the flat to Olandis. Garris skips out of a tackle, still on his feet to the 15-yard line. Broncos were 2 for 13 on 3rd down conversions last week, 5 for 9 today, and here's a 3rd down and 6. Over the middle, complete to Rod Smith, shy of the first down as James Darling, who comes in as a linebacker in pass situations, quick to react. He may be the fastest of the Jet linebackers.
James Darling. Well, that time Broncos were hoping that Rod Smith on a very short pattern would be able to break a tackle and pick up the first down, but that was good work by Teddy Cottrell's defensive unit with a sure tackle.
Into the capricious winds of the Meadowlands, a 46-yard attempt by Jason Elam. Oh, that's not going to make it. Well short, lands 5 yards shy in the end zone. Elam only 4 for 10 this year from between 40 and 49 yards. 3:08 left in the 3rd. Broncos by 4. Threw it right to him. That would have been a sure touchdown. 2nd and 10. Quebec. First down at the Bronco 45. That field is like a battlefield with all those pock marks.
I'll still take it instead of an artificial turf.
Absolutely. I think that's pretty unanimous, isn't it? Yes, sir. 2nd and 10. The throw is for Coles. What a catch! And he rolls into the end zone. A flag is down. Is he down by contact, or is that a touchdown? And let's see if there's a flag. Touchdown! The Jets. Now the flag.
Now, the only thing that makes me think the flag is against Denver is that the guy who threw the flag also signaled touchdown. That's Jimmy Spencer, number 33, and yet Spencer dug his shoulder into Lavernius Coles. And Coles, untouched, wisely just kept rolling right across the goal line. Smart play by Lavernius Coles, down at the 3-yard line, and just does a couple rolls right on into the end zone.
So 16-13, the Jets lead it, and Gracie is sacked by John Abraham. The 3rd year in from South Carolina, just shot around the block with that 4.4 speed.
Yeah, he went right around Ephraim Salam. And this is John Abraham, great upfield burst. He keeps his footing after Salam gives him a pretty good shove. And Brian Greasy, still looking downfield, has no chance whatsoever. And John Abraham today is playing one heck of a football game.
That's his 7th sack on the season to lead the Jets. Now 2nd down and 16 for Greasy and the Broncos. Down the middle, complete, short yardage, Shannon Sharp. Down at the 30-yard line, where it'll be 3rd down and almost 11. Those 4 games were up at Mile High. Fear of the dark. Gracie gets away. And incomplete to Sharp, but again, Gracie on that bad left knee, mobile enough to elude another big loss. Plenty of time, 13-15 left in the 4th. The Jets lead by 3. Shannon Sharp, Brian Greasy back in uniform after missing the last 2 games. Sharp has been out for 3. Pennington into the wind, throws complete to Coles, his 5th catch. And he has another 1st down out to the 37-yard line. Lionel Dalton, the tackle.
Well, and how about the draft of 2000 just for the Jets? Remember, they had the 4 number 1s, Abraham and Ellis and Moss. They had Chad Pennington
along with
and Anthony Becht. And Anthony Becht, remember what he told us a couple weeks ago? He said, you know, we feel that we're starting to become the new leaders of this team.
Coles was picked in the 3rd round. And there he is again with a 1st down catch at the 50. Pennington's enthusiasm.
Energy, that's the word that Herm Edwards used when he said, what is Chad Pennington going to bring to this team? Well, obviously, accuracy, efficiency, and everything else. But he said energy. Lavernius Coles with a football severely behind him. 9 out of 10 times is going to be an incompletion. And Chad Pennington, I think, realizes there's a little good fortune and great work by Coles picking up that 1st down.
And included that great catch on the touchdown by Coles. Fake toss, roll up by Pennington, then throw over the middle to Crabette. And Crabette tackled forward, 1st down at the 36, and everything seems to be working for the Jets here in the 4th quarter.
I hope the Jets, having to waste the time out there after picking up a 1st down, that this is a bad time to have to burn one unnecessarily.
Pennington staying almost exclusively in the air, dumps it underneath the Martin, 20, and he's to the 15-yard line and close to another 1st down. Ian Gold made the tackle. Oh my! What? A new career. I mean, where's our agent when we need him?
Do we get paid?
Martin through a hole and inside the 5 to the 3. 1st and goal for the Jets. Denard Walker saved the touchdown.
Well, just when we talked about how Denver has tightened it up, that run by Curtis Martin seems to have really caught them back on their heels. The passing game has been working, and look at the blocking up front. Kevin Mawai, Thomas, Zott. Boy, that was outstanding blocking by the Jets' interior line.
He says the referee the knee down at the 4-yard line. 1st and goal for the Jets. They're not looking for field goal here, trying to take a touchdown plus lead. Soule now the blocking back. with Martin at tailback. Martin up the middle, maybe a yard. A field goal that would give the Jets a 7-point lead, but Hall had a extra point blocked in the first quarter. The short field goal attempt is up, and it's good. And to the relief of the Broncos, they're still a touchdown from victory themselves. 6 minutes to go. 92 seconds left. And just to review, Dan, the importance of the game, at 6-6, Herm Edwards knows that one loss is almost going to spell no hope for playoffs. There's the situation now with New England winning. Miami plays tomorrow night. Buffalo losing to the Patriots. And in the AFC West, you know, if Denver loses, they fall 2 games behind whoever wins that San Diego-Oakland game. So, you know, even 3 straight wins may not do it for them.
Well, Denver would be in the position, Dick, of then trying to make it as a wild card. And, you know, one of the big factors in making it as a wild card is your conference record. And if Denver would lose this game today, they'll have a 4-6 record in the AFC. So making it as a wild card is really an uphill struggle for Denver if they should lose.
Big play here, 1st and 10 for Greasy. Down the middle, intercepted by John McGraw. The rookie from Kansas State has his first career interception.
And now what you have to say is for the Jets, a short week, losing a critical game in Oakland, traveling all the way back home. They didn't get here until 8 o'clock Tuesday morning on a short work week. Wins a huge game.
High marks the Herman Edwards team. And the young quarterback Chad Pennington, who had enough to get him in the end zone on a touchdown pass to Lavernius Coles. They scored, the Jets, 10 points in the 4th quarter going into the win.
And Denver actually 4 out of 5 now. They've lost 4 out of their last 5. And that pretty much qualifies as a free fall.
Both teams now at 7-6. The season not over, but things not looking right for the Broncos, and there is hope. The flame still flickers for the New York Jets.
Jets Patriots at frosty Foxborough in a game dripping with playoff intrigue.
Cold weather, snow, and the smell of playoffs in the air.
It's the holiday season. Time for giving and the time for receiving. What's on my Christmas list?
Brady throwing end zone, touchdown!
Yeah, right. All I want for Christmas is a win.
He'll go all the way! Touchdown,
Everything is riding on this game. And this game only.
Tonight is our time tonight.
This game will have everything. Arch rivals, hostile environment.
The big game round is in the house.
Crowd's gonna be going crazy.
We got to be ready.
It's a matter of pride. There's no tomorrow. The loser goes home. Let's play.
Lavernius Coles, end zone, former Jet burns his old team badly.
It's like you're playing your next door neighbor. That's what's great about the rivalry.
All I want for Christmas, give the Jets a big fat L. Merry Christmas.
For the 91st straight time, the Patriots are sold out at home. And we have 68,000 plus at beautiful Gillette Stadium to see the New York Jets take on the defending Super Bowl champions in what has become a bitter rivalry. Welcome back to Foxborough. The Jets dug themselves such a big hole with a 1-4 start. Then they won 6 of the next 8 to get back into it, only to lay an egg last week against the Bears. Susie, now they're back to fighting for their lives.
You're right, Mike. Do or die is nothing new for Herman Edwards and the Jets. They've been doing it since October, but this is late December. How deep do you have to dig to win this one?
Well, I think emotionally it's been a draining season, but we got to keep digging, and we're in position now. Still, if we can win a game, we're still involved in the playoff hunt, and that's exactly what we're going to try to do tonight.
Chad Pennington has already proven himself, but what do you expect from him tonight in easily the biggest game of his career?
Well, if he can keep his composure, I think that's the main thing. I think they'll run some blitzes at him and different things to try to shake him up, but he's a pretty cool customer under pressure.
No secret the Achilles heel of these Patriots defense is the run. So how would you describe Curtis Martin's demeanor leading up to this game?
Well, he's excited, and if we can get enough plays, that's the whole deal. If we can get enough plays, then we can become a balanced offense and run and pass.
Have a great night, Herm.
Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Susie. MasterCard presents ESPN SkyCam. Innovative technology on ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. SkyCam provides some of the most unique and memorable images ever seen from angles no other single camera in the world can achieve. We're excited to bring it to you every Sunday night. Over the years, these teams have exchanged players, coaches, magical wins, and bitter defeats. The rivalry renewed just moments away. The Lombardi Trophy still resides in New England, and the only thing the Pats want for Christmas this year is 2 more victories, which would give them the AFC East and as good a chance as any conference team of making it to the big game. Tom Brady waiting his turn. Chad Morton, number 4 in the NFL, with 2 touchdown returns to his credit, averaging 26-1. Waits the kick of Adam Vinatieri. The hero of last year's Super Bowl run, who got a big new contract out of it.
I was talking to Mike Westhoff on the field before the game, the special teams coach of the Jets, and Chad Morton is not just a special kick returner, but he's a big part of their punt return team and a big part of their special teams overall, as well as a good change of pace third down back.
And what a wonderful special teams coach Mike Westhoff has been over the years. Morton from the 7. Morton across the 30 to the 31.
This is excellent field position for Chad Pennington. Now, Chad Pennington is a quarterback. Now, he got to remember something. He has not seen Ty Law and Terrell Buckley. So it's up to him tonight to find out who these guys are going to be man-to-man on. And if he catches either one of them on Santana Moss, I got to believe he has to go there. But Ty Law, to me, is one of the better corners in the National Football League.
They gave up 238 on the ground last week to Tennessee. Pennington to throw. Anderson in the flat. Dives to the 28-yard line.
You heard Paul talk about the running game of the New England Patriots. It still revolves around Tom Brady. A nice touchdown to interception ratio, but he's got his work cut out for him as well, going against Robinson and Abraham. 2 very capable corners. The big thing is, are the receivers going to be able to hold on to the ball, and will the New England Patriots be willing to take some shots downfield? I don't believe they can make a living tonight on just 4- and 5-yard completions with their little guys.
Antoine Smith gets the first carry. Battles his way across the 35-yard line. Sam Cowart got him there. 3rd and 5. Brady with a quick set and throws behind Antoine Smith. Returnable kick this time. Moss at the 24. Look at that speed. Holy cow, got a great block on the corner.
I said don't get to him.
Saved by Ken Walter, the punter, after a return of 31. And boy, when he starts upfield, it is goodbye. Kerry Campbell with a good block at the sideline. Nothing, first quarter from New England. Jets with their second possession, and they'll start in Patriots territory after the fine return. Chad Pennington, his first career starts, the highest completion percentage in NFL history. Play action to Martin this time. Out in the flat to Anderson. Check in with Susie.
Well, Mike, every week, Chad Pennington tries to come up with something to inspire his team. And he said he went over and over in his head this week. What should I say? And then he realized there's nothing that needs to be said. He said that Wednesday and Thursday, practice was awfully quiet. He was a little worried. Are we flat? But then when they watched film, he realized, no, they were so on point. Everybody was just perfect. And he said, no time for talk. It's time to be professional, be accountable, and just get your job done.
And time to complete more passes. Susie's hit his first 3. Curtis Martin, who has fought a high ankle strain all year long, still comes into this game with 905 yards rushing. A chance for another 1,000 yards. He had 1,000 his first 7 years in the league. Only Barry Sanders has ever done better than that. He had 10 first 10 years.
You know what? When we talk about 1,000 yards in today, if you're playing 16 games, I don't think that's a barometer. I think you're looking at 1,500 is the number.
I agree with you if you're a full-time back. But now they rotate so many backs through, like an Emmitt Smith situation, or a Deuce Staley, 1,000 is a lot.
Or if you've been hurt, like Curtis Martin. Pennington into double coverage, caught anyway, touchdown. Lavernius Coles, 32 yards.
Victor Green is right in position to make a play on this ball, and it goes right over his head. Victor Green was the free safety who was back there and just went right over his head. Leonard Myers gets beat. Left part of your screen. This is what the Titans hurt him with last week. Just hang it up high. There it is. Watch Victor Green. He's in position and just doesn't get back far enough. This is the responsibility of the safety. He's back there for a reason.
Yeah, but you talk about concentration by Lavernius Coles. Man.
Lavernius Coles' career has really taken off with the emergence of Chad Pennington. They have developed a special relationship. Lavernius Coles now over 1,100 yards this year receiving. The Jets are up by a touchdown. Couldn't do much better than Pennington did on the opening drive. Hit them all for 51 yards and a score. John Hall will now kick it away. Redmond and Falk are deep. Kevin Falk from the 14 on a short kick. Falk trying to outrun Hall. No contest. Kevin Falk, touchdown, 87 yards.
7 yards. Touchdown, Patriots.
3rd and 6. Donald Hayes, number 81, is in as a wide receiver. Blitz coming. Brady has this one batted down in his face. Sam Garnes, the strong safety, was about 5 inches away. Thank you, Chris. The Jets are looking for help, too. They need to win their last 2 and hope. Becht rambling across the 40 to the 43, out of bounds there. Only 2 teams in the AFC have clinched so far. Oakland and Tennessee have both won their divisions. Miami and Pittsburgh continue to lead their divisions. And then there is a slew of teams. Indianapolis, New England, Cleveland, Denver, San Diego, and Kansas City all at 8-7. The Jets, of course, at 7-7. And Baltimore, believe it or not, still alive at 7-8.
How about that cardiac Cleveland Brown football team? They use 60 minutes all the time to win.
Pennington, 7 out of 7 so far. Make it 8 out of 8. Flanker screen to Moss. Santana Moss. Corbett throws a block downfield, and Santana Moss to the 10. He can just fly.
I'm sorry, but one of the now we got a flag at the end of this. One of the things you just do not want to do to Santana Moss is reach. Don't reach. You got to go hit him. Here's the pass to the outside. Watch how quick his feet are. He gets some outstanding blocks downfield. But look at this. He sees the hole. He's in the hole. I mean, that's incredible.
Well, it's just like a punt return for him right now. That's where he's most effective, getting up inside and go back. And he also now winds up getting a taunting penalty. He spins the ball, and he winds up taunting. Here comes the spin. All right, they usually let you do that. That's not a problem. But now there's got to be some kind of jawing going on. Now he points like it's a first down, and that's a 15-yard taunting penalty. And I got to tell you something. That is about as big a bunch of baloney as I have seen.
I mean, if you can't do that,
I mean, it really is.
That's the rule.
He didn't even do it towards a player. That's baloney.
Pennington to the sideline. Corbett with the toe dance at the 10.
Oh,
you know how important Curtis Martin is to this football team? Well, watch the fake, and then you see Chad Pennington come out, and then Corbett on the catch. But watch it. Here's Corbett on the catch. Look at here. He comes down. Knows where he is. Look at him. He knows where the sideline is. That's just feel. Boop.
Old school.
Old feet.
And now we have a challenge.
Does he step out of bounds first and then wind up bringing his foot back in and making the catch?
No, if he never puts his foot out of bounds. If it's out of bounds, then it's already out.
There's a step before that, though, before we show that.
Here's the step. There it is. Now, is it going to be irrefutable? That's going to be the question. Right there, it looks like he's in bounds again.
Right now, it's irresistible.
Well, for a Jet, it's an irresistible. Right? I think that's going to be the best look, and it looks like his feet are in bounds. I don't see anything that tells you that it's not.
The New York receiver had established his left foot on the ground, was able to drag his right foot while in possession with the ball. The play stands as ruled. Completed pass. First down. New England will be charged their first time out.
Good explanation by Tony Corrente, and a heck of a catch by Wayne Corbett.
They got the big backfield in there.
Lamont Jordan, and in front of him, Gerald Sowell, the blocking fullback. Jordan, play action, Pennington. Pennington throws end zone, touchdown, Santana Moss.
It's almost the same type of play they ran on the pass to Corbett. It's a play action fake. This time Pennington buys room and gets outside. Here comes the play action fake. Lawyer Malloy winds up getting trapped going inside. Pennington buys time. There's the throw and catch.
Four-man rush. Brady throws this one low. A bullet intended for Donald Hayes that short hops up to him.
You know what Brady's doing, Joe? He's not getting himself set to throw the ball.
Paul, you're absolutely right.
He's just back there jumping around, and you've got to depend on your offensive line that they're going to do the job so you can sit there and throw the football.
Back to the I formation, Edwards and Smith. Brady under pressure, and down he goes. Pressure up the middle came from Sean Ellis and Josh Evans. Got it. Mr. Clutch knocks another one through. It's 14-10. Draw play, Curtis Martin. First down and more.
You know, Curtis Martin means so much to this football team for the simple reason that the defense really has to respect him.
3rd and 6. Blitz. They pick it up, and Pennington with time. Corbett won't let that one go. He's down to the 43. Martin. Nice cut to get behind the block of Kevin Mawai. Hall has had 4 field goals blocked this year and 2 extra points. Got that one up in plenty of time, hooking, and stayed inside the post. 4-man rush. Pressure on Brady. Hit as he throws.
I agree with you.
Behind Brown, and once again it's Josh Evans.
They have that. They got special teams.
Now you go to special players.
Short gain out to Patton.
First of all, the secondary is covering very well for the Jets, and the defensive line, they're getting into Tom Brady's face. Now, I don't know what else that he can do. Here they come. He just got hit again and was lucky to get that ball away.
And Kevin Falk was dragged down immediately by James Darling. Excellent coverage by him, and it's short of a first down.
John Abraham, number 94, top of your screen. Take a look at this. I mean, you don't have time to throw the ball. Here he comes again. You don't have time. Matt Light is the guy that's supposed to be blocking him, and they're going to get Brady killed.
Draw to Curtis Martin. They go the conservative route. He's out near the 40. And after that play, you expect they'll just let the clock run. New England can't stop the clock, and the Jets aren't going to. And that will be the end of the first half. Susie with Herman Edwards.
Your quarterback got off to a hot start. You could see them making adjustments. How do you counter that in the second half?
Well, I just think if we can continue to just play pretty good defense and our offense can get going, running the ball a little bit more, I think that will open some lanes up for us to pass.
Well, your defense has held them to just 3 points. What more can you do?
Well, we have to try to get a turnover. That's what we need. We need to get a turnover and really get a short field for our offense so we can score some more points.
Good luck in the second half.
The Patriots came in tonight bolstered by their 91st consecutive sellout crowd, but the young Jets have responded. Now can the Super Bowl MVP lead New England back? 17-10 at the half. Mike Patrick, Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Colbert, our sleep-deprived crew. But we're pumped. This is a good one.
Oh, yeah, this one gets you going.
Oh, boy.
This is a great one to have as the second half of a doubleheader. I'm just sorry we can't do one tomorrow night. We're on a roll right now.
John Hall has it teed up for Kevin Falk. Had that 87-yard return for a touchdown. The only touchdown for New England tonight as their offense is floundered. Falk from the 16. Got a couple of blocks and taken down to 33. 16th play of the drive. They only had 29 plays the entire first half. Brady, touchdown, Christian Fourier. The former Jet makes a big play against his old teammates. Troy Brown waits back near the 20 for Matt Turk to punt. Pretty kick. Brown at the 20.
Catch, lost the ball. Jets have it. The Jets have got it.
Nick Ferguson pounced on it when Brown lost it.
Well, you know what's really so frustrating? You work so hard to get yourself back into a ball game. Then your defense comes out and does a tremendous job, and then something like this happens.
Chad Morton with the hit.
And instead of trying to make a move, Troy Brown just really tries to protect himself. He's better off trying to just take the move and do something with it.
John Hall for the lead. 23 yards. Straight down the middle. They'd rather not give up 5 here. Brady goes down and Abraham gets the easy sack.
He tripped over Matt Light's foot, the left tackle.
Well, yeah. Let me explain how that happened. And I know you saw it. When John Abraham took Light and drilled him all the way back to Brady, so that's why he tripped.
Matt Light got a little further back than he was supposed to.
Watch this. Watch Matt Light. He's on your left-hand side. And Abraham, there he is. He just threw him back and let Light tackle Brady.
He just steps on his left foot. Tom Brady trying to slide up.
Now, does Matt Light get the sack?
No, he's on your team.
John Abraham has 1.5 sacks tonight. Give him 10 for the year. And the third quarter clock runs out before they can punt it away. The end of the third quarter here in New England. The Jets 20, Patriots 17. The Jets jumped on top with 14 points in the first quarter. It's been nip and tuck ever since. Right now, Nip leads. It's 20-17.
And Santana Moss is going to wind up probably fielding the ball around the 40-yard line.
Oh, he's going to have a chance.
Moss back to the 29, lost the ball and has to cover up. 3rd and 9. Blitz. They give Pennington time, and he throws to Coles. Flag is down. That may be a face mask on top of it. What a great job by the Jets offensive line.
Personal foul, grabbing a face mask, defense. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run. First down.
All right, let's just take a look at the offensive line first, and these guys pick up, and then look at 28 and 20. Look at these guys. Curtis Martin steps up. What a great job he does, and that pass is perfect.
Look at the touch. Looks a little bit like Vinny Testaverde when he throws a football. Got the high release, the tight spiral. The other thing that you just mentioned about the back staying in the backfield, Paul, on every 3rd down in this football game, 3rd and long, that's what the Jets have done. They've kept both Richie Anderson and Curtis Martin in the block.
It's a big conversion on 3rd and 9. And now back to Curtis Martin. Martin approaching 1,000 yards.
Now
he has 88 tonight, 993 for the year.
Now watch Chad Pennington. We talked about the maturity of this young man. Watch him bleed the 25-second clock, the 40-second clock as it goes. Watch him bleed this thing down to snap it with 4-5 seconds to go.
I don't think a field goal is gonna do it for the Jets. They have to put 7 up there because he can't go up against New England with just a 6-point lead.
Pennington for the end zone. Corbett. Touchdown. Wayne Corbett with his 7th touchdown catch of the season.
I love the call. I love the aggressiveness of Paul Hackett, their offensive coordinator. And you just can't say enough about the accuracy of Chad Pennington. He's had the luxury to step up and look at the receivers. Look at this throw come in over Myers. Leonard Myers is right in perfect position, and Corbett just makes the play. Watch this ball come in. He looks too late. Just too late.
Great concentration by Corbett. And it's 27-17. Pennington now up to 256 yards and 3 touchdowns. The New York Jets, fighting to stay alive, are doing just that. And they're up by 10. Tom Brady knows his club needs 2 scores if they hope to sweep the final 2 games, beating the Jets tonight in Miami next week to take the AFC East title. Only had 1 completion for more than 10 yards tonight. Screen to Falk. And Falk picks up 11 yards.
But Chad Pennington, look at he's 20 of 29, 256, 3 touchdowns, but the touch to this guy. When he threw the ball over to Lavernius Coles, he had to fire the ball at him. Bang, look at this shot here. Perfect spiral, the ball is there. But when he throws this in the end zone, look at how he just takes a little bit off and gets it up in the air and up over top. And Wayne Corbett makes the touchdown. That's touch.
Patriots go hurry up and move into Jets territory. The Jets hustling players on and off the field as they switch defensive packages.
And you know that New England will go into 4-down territory, no matter where they are on the field, down by 10 with 7 and change to go.
Good protection for Brady, intended for Patton. Donnie Abraham with the interception. And Abraham gets out of bounds. The 35th career interception for Donnie Abraham. And in the last 4 years, 23 picks, the best in the NFL.
Joe, I swear he looked like he was in the pattern. He looked like he was running the pattern.
That's why they got him from Tampa Bay.
All right, guys, listen up. There's one team that'll fall for this. It's the Jets. We're not going to kick it. We're going to fake it and give the ball to Troy on a reverse to the left side. The Jets. Can't wait to see the look on their faces.
Going into the wrong huddle. Another unfortunate side effect of hunger.
I'm so dead.
Grab a Snickers, packed with peanuts, caramel, and chocolate.
I love New York. Let's do lunch sometime.
Hungry? Grab a Snickers.
Please, don't hurt me.
Donnie Abraham snuffs out a New England threat. The Jets have the ball back in a 10-point lead. Pennington to throw on first down and completes it to Moss across the 40 to the 41. That'll be a first down.
See, now that's the way you play football offensively. You stay aggressive, and Tom Brady just struggled all night throwing the football. They decided to go up top twice. Down the lower part of your screen is David Patton. Donnie Abraham's a defensive back. Patton runs off, but I want you to watch Donnie Abraham. He never, ever allows Patton to get up top. He barely allows him to get close to him. This is a throw that Tom Brady can't make because there's nothing visually there that tells you that your guy is the receiver. Like you pointed out, Paul, looked like Abraham was the intended receiver.
Pennington again to throw. Double pumps. Richie Anderson couldn't hold him. Took a shot from Lawyer Malloy. 3rd and 7. Pennington underneath to Coles. And what a move to get the first down.
Well, he
got away from Leonard Myers, knew exactly where he was on the field.
But I'll tell you what happened on this play. If you look at this offensive line of the Jets, New England, watch these guys. New England never gets off the line of scrimmage. Look at this. They are on the line. Not one guy moved.
And the other thing about it is you see Lavernius Coles, the ball's, again, outside shoulder. He knows where the defender is. He knows exactly where Myers is coming after him. He makes the turn back inside to pick up the first down. Now I think you start seeing some more runs.
Coles, 5 catches, 78 yards. Curtis Martin drags the pile forward. A 1,000 yards for Curtis Martin, the first 8 seasons of his career.
Leonard Myers is filling in for Otis Smith, who's been put on IR. Otis Smith had a couple of interceptions, was their big corner. Here's a young guy that's come in, tried to fill the shoes. Boy, the Jets have decided he's the guy they wanted to put the bullseye on.
It's a learning process for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for the Patriots, too.
Clock running, approaching 4.5. Martin again. Put this in perspective. Barry Sanders had 10 straight years over 1,000 to start his career. That is the all-time best. Curtis Martin is now number 2. The first 8 years of his brilliant career, he has gone over 1,000 yards. A lot of it without much attention from anybody. He is just a warrior.
You know, Paul, it goes back to what you said. 1,000 yards doesn't seem like a lot. And we've seen Emmitt Smith barely go over 1,000. We've seen Deuce Staley barely go over 1,000. Now Curtis Martin. These guys have missed a lot of time. I think in that case, it is important. But I agree with you. I think the number is higher for a full-time back.
Pennington, great play fake. Throws underneath the catch made by Gerald Soule. He's got enough for a first down. A fresh set of plays for the Jets.
I just got to wonder what Chad Pennington, what was going through his mind. The play fake is to Curtis Martin. And when he comes out, watch this. Here's the play fake. And when he comes out, there's nobody out there with him. Everybody is over here. Now, do I throw it?
No.
No, I'll run it.
No,
I'll throw it.
That never crossed his mind. Trust me.
Running it?
The other thing he is he's smart. He's not going to take any necessary hits. A guy like, for example, Chad Hutchinson, who we saw last night with the Cowboys, has to learn that. He took some unbelievable shots in that game.
Martin crosses the 30 to the 28. Now the Patriots are going to have to think about using their timeouts. And Hall knocks it through. That makes it a 2-touchdown necessity for New England as the Jets go up 30 to 17.
I'm in the world. Thanks, Paulie.
Not in this one.
This time they faked the draw play, and Brady throws for Patton. Donnie Abraham right there, and it's incomplete.
I want to go back to that last play when they chose to run the football. They waste the timeout, but basically you keep the clock going. You're 20 yards from the end zone, so you don't figure Kevin Falk's going to get in. I don't understand the call at that point. I think you have to keep trying to save as much time as you can if you do score, because if you can get it back with an onside kick, it gives you a question. That's one Charlie Wise. I'm not sure what he was thinking on that.
Brady goes to the shotgun. Pump fake and throws down the middle, incomplete, intended for Falk into the middle of heavy traffic. James Darling was back there. Sam Garnes was back there. A whole host of white and green shirts.
Well, James Darling just is waiting to take a shot at Falk. Watch this. Catch, miss, bang.
Tom Brady pumps to the right, and Kevin Falk actually had a shot at that ball. Of course, so did James Darling have a shot at Kevin Falk.
You know what I like about the Jets are doing on defense? The guys in the end zone. At least they're getting to the back of the end zone. That's where most of the catches are made.
Third and goal, another draw. Falk taken down at the 5. The clock will continue to run.
Now you can't ground it.
Holy cow.
And it's fourth down.
I'm sorry.
Fourth down and goal.
What is that, 2 draws in the last 4 plays?
Right, and you only have 1 timeout, and you still have a minute and change to go.
They had to use the time. I mean, I don't understand. Well,
now they've got to score on this pass. To the goal line, but incomplete, intended for Fourier.
Boy, did he. Darling again just whacked him.
Strange series of calls here on the last possession for the New England Patriots.
I just didn't see the Patriots giving themselves a chance to get in the end zone with those calls. Here's one where he tries to gun it into Fourier coming from the right. He guns it in the middle. He's still not going to be in the end zone. And James Darling just sort of hanging out in the middle again, waiting for anybody in a blue shirt that he can tattoo.
What a huge, huge win for the New York Jets.
The Jets now will go 9 games, 9, without giving up a fourth quarter touchdown. That's pretty good defense. The first 5 games of the season, the Jets gave up 150 yards rushing. Since that time, they've only given up around 90 yards. And we talked about the lack of touchdowns people have been able to score against them.
That improvement on defense has been dramatic, and it may sound like an old saw, but if you can't stop the run, you're not going to have any success in the playoffs. The Jets have shown they can now stop the run.
That's what we hear from every single coach when every game we've done. What do you have to do to win the game? Well, you have to stop the run. We have to run the ball. That's simple.
We talked about Chad Pennington, and look at his numbers on the year. But what a job Herm Edwards has done. I go back to a number of weeks ago when he stood up at a press conference and he was asked if his guys were going to quit.
That's right.
And he went, quit? No, our guys won't quit.
And you saw the numbers on Pennington. 11 starts, 1 relief job. He is almost at 3,000 yards for the year, a rising star in this league, and they just punctured a hole in New England's hopes of controlling their own destiny. Let's go to Susie.
Chad, what does it say about the New York Jets to play this well in a do-or-die against the defending champs?
This team has a lot of heart, and we believe in each other, and you can't give us too many chances because finally we're going to take advantage of them.
You had such a great touch tonight. Sometimes do you just feel it?
Well, with my teammates and the players that I have on the field with me, it's my job's simple. It's not easy, but it's simple because they make so many plays for me, and I just try to get them the football.
So the Jets stay alive. 1 more to go. What do you say to your team this week?
Well, last week we didn't think we were going to be breathing, but now we're breathing. We're kicking around a little bit, so we just got to stay focused and win another game.
Good luck against Green Bay.
Thank you.
Mike?
All right, thank you, Susie. The Jets win a huge game in New England. For Joe Theismann, Paul McGuire, Susie Culber, and the hardest working crew in television. This is Mike Patrick. saying goodnight from Gillette Stadium. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
Although they do not know if they're going to be playing this game for any playoff circumstance. We want to welcome the viewers who saw the Cleveland Browns defeat the Atlanta Falcons 24-16 in the finale. And the Carolina Panthers upset the New Orleans Saints 10-6, so the Atlanta Falcons are in, but a late field goal by the New England Patriots have tied the game. The Packers have won the toss, and they will receive. And the score tied 24-all. Adam Vinatieri with a 43-yard field goal with 1:09 remaining in the fourth quarter. That game could be headed for overtime. So the Jet fans right now have plenty to cheer for. And what a weekend this has been, with the Giants winning in dramatic fashion yesterday. Moose in overtime, 10-7, one of the more improbable games that I can remember.
It's just been a great final weekend in the NFL. The great thing about it is everybody had something to play for this weekend. There wasn't anybody that was assured of anything going into the weekend. We've got tremendous games all day long.
John Hall kicking off, and Robert Ferguson on the return for the Green Bay Packers, and jukes his way to the 30-yard line. Third down and 8, and Brett Favre playing in his 173rd consecutive game. Most consecutive starts in history by a quarterback. And his pass caught by Javon Walker and stopped well short of the first down by John McGraw, the rookie safety, and Donnie Abraham, forcing the Packers to kick. They were out of the first or second seeds, and you're right, now they have a chance to be number one. And there is Favre on third down, and the pass is dropped by Ahman Green. So once again, the Jets hold the Packers and Brett Favre at bay. And Josh Bidwell will come in to kick it. Chad Pennington starting his second series from the 36. Martin bouncing outside, and Martin with some hard work getting to the 40-yard line, picking up 4 yards on the play. Martin playing hurt all season. Only the second player in history to get 1,000 or more yards.
You can see right here, they've got their 4 wide receivers across the formation, and what they're doing, they're spreading them out, giving the ball inside to Curtis Martin. And I tell you what, he is more proud of what he's accomplished this year than a lot of the milestones that he's achieved.
Third down and 6. Corbett split to the left. And here is Pennington. Pennington's pass, the defender had fallen down, and the pass to Lavernius Coles was off the mark. Mike McKenzie had slipped. And right now, let's check in again with James Brown for a game break.
Dick and Darrell, New England driving nicely in overtime. Halfback Kevin Falk had a nice 15-yard run in the field goal territory. He followed that up with this nice haul of this Tom Brady catch here, this Tom Brady pass. That took him to the 25, but it is being reviewed. We'll keep you updated. Back to Dick and Darrell.
All right, JB, and the punt by Matt Turk, fielded by Eric Metcalf. And Metcalf is dumped at the 21-yard line. So the drama of the unknown continues here at the Meadowlands. Well, those fans are watching the Dolphins and the Patriots. That play was reviewed, and it was ruled a catch. So right now, the Patriots on the Dolphin 25-yard line, 1st and 10, in a overtime game with the score tied at 24. Packers with a first down at the 20. Green trying to go outside to his left, and he is tackled from behind by John Abraham after a pickup of 3. First down on the 31, so Brett Favre getting the first down, and a flag goes, and the Jets may have jumped. This could be a free play downfield, and Favre trying to hit Donald Driver just beyond him. But the preliminary signal, and Adam Vinatieri has just kicked the field goal to give the New England Patriots a come-from-behind 27-24 victory, and now the Jets have all to play for, with the AFC East on the line in this game.
This is going to be unbelievable the rest of the way through this football game.
Right
right now, let's quickly go to Los Angeles for a game break with James Brown.
Dick and Darrell, here's the visual embellishment of what Dick said right here. Adam Vinatieri, the man who won the Super Bowl with that foot, booted it home 35 yards. New England 27, Miami 24. Back to Dick and Darrell.
And this place is going wild, and Brett Favre completing to Bubba Franks, and it'll be another Packer first down. Vinatieri with a 35-yard field goal to win the game, and now the Jets don't even have to be told. They heard it from the crowd that they have everything on the line in this game. So Herman Edwards said, look, we're either going to play just to get our 9th win or more at stake.
And he didn't let the players, you do what you've been doing all season long. You want to watch the TVs, watch the T's. You don't, go ahead, don't do it. But I tell you what, they have everything now. They can win the AFCs and get into the playoffs with a win.
Hand off to Green. Amon Green getting close to midfield. And Marvin Jones making the tackle. A gain of 6 yards for Green. Green Bay Packers themselves starting the year, splitting the first 2 games. Then they reeled off 7 straight before losing 2 road encounters in Minnesota and Tampa Bay. Things looked a little dim for Mike Sherman's crew, and then they have reeled off 4 straight victories coming into this game, and 12-1 is Mike Sherman's career record as a head coach in December. Tony Fisher in, and the fake to Fisher by Favre, and down he goes. Sean Ellis with a sack. First down on the 26. Here's Martin getting an opening off the right side. Curtis Martin, the first down, and then going out of bounds at the 37-yard line. A pickup of 12.
Well, you can see why Mike Sherman was so impressed with Curtis Martin. He really feels that he is the key to this Jets offense, more so than Chad Pennington. What they're doing now, they're testing the perimeter of the Packers defense. You see Randy Thomas there, Kevin Mawai out front. You saw him hurt earlier in the football game last week against the Buffalo Bills. That defensive line of the Packers did a tremendous job of clogging up the middle. I like the Jets testing the perimeter of this defense right now.
First down on the Jet 38-yard line. It's been a punting match thus far. And the drop by Pennington, and he swings it out to Curtis Martin, who is down at the 41. Meanwhile, on the defensive line that you were talking about, Darrell, Gilbert Brown limped off the field. He's been bothered by a foot injury, had missed 3 games before coming back last week, and Ron Walker replaced him in the lineup.
And obviously you'd love to have Gilbert Brown on the football field as your run stopper, but what that also does, it allows them to continue that rotation of the defensive tackles inside. With Gilbert Brown out of the lineup, they can't rotate the guys through as much, keep them fresh. You see Aaron Campman right there, you see the cast on his hand. That's a little bit smaller than the one he was wearing the previous 2 weeks. That should help him.
Lamont Jordan in the game at running back, but Pennington wants to go deep. He has Lavernius Coles downfield, out of bounds. Coles had beaten his defender Mike McKenzie, but the pass angled him out of bounds for a long incompletion, and one of the few long passes that we have seen Pennington make lately.
Yeah, he will dink and dunk you all the time, but when he wants to get down the field, he will take his shots. Mike McKenzie sitting on a route right there. That is one of the things that the Jets felt that they could take advantage of. There's 1 foot.
And there's going to be a challenge. The New York Jets have challenged because it looked from here as if Coles had both feet inbounds and control.
Challenging the call of incompletion on the field. After reviewing the play, the receiver had possession of the ball with his left foot touching the ground. The right foot was a second step. We have a completed pass.
So they challenge the Jets, and they are successful. 43 yards as they overturn their ruling.
Yeah, and they talk about the fact that that first step was down when he did have the possession. Great job by our cameraman getting you the opportunity to see that ball being completed. And
well, it's a great early birthday present for Lavernius Coles, celebrating a birthday today. And so, to the dismay of Mike Sherman, the New York Jets are in the red zone inside the Packer 20-yard line. Looking at 3rd down and 3 from the Packer and 10. Pennington fakes a handoff, flips it to Beck, and the tight end trying to get in, and he'll have the first down. He does not score, but Anthony Beck getting to the 2-yard line. Jordan, the tailback, Gerald Soule, number 33, is the fullback. And a tight formation for the Jets, 2nd and goal, and here's the fake, the pass, and it is a touchdown to Richie Anderson. Reliable Richie Anderson, who can catch, run, and block for the New York Jets and has for just about a decade, scoring from a yard out on the flip from Chad Pennington, and the Jets get on the scoreboard first.
Richie Anderson is a perfect fit for this West Coast style of offense that Paul Hackett likes to run. You've got to have a fullback who can put pressure on the secondary in the passing game. Another great play fake by Chad Pennington and a really nice route.
Jets have won 6 of their last 8 games after their woeful start, trying to cap it all with a division title, and here is Favre, and he drills it, and a good defensive play made that time by Donnie Abraham. First down on the 41-yard line, and the end around to Driver. Driver looking for running room, and the Jets won't give it to him. The New York Jets defense, great pursuit, closing fast. Green is out of the game. Tony Fisher is in. Favre rolling out, escapes one play, and the pass is incomplete, and it was Damian Robinson who knocked the ball away from the intended receiver, Robert Ferguson, bringing up 4th down. So here's Ryan Longwell as the Packers trying to settle for 3 here, and Longwell's field goal from 23 yards out is good. He was 1 for 1 last week in the win over Buffalo, and so with 4:22 remaining in the half, Favre brings the Packers close, but no cigar as far as a touchdown, trailing now 7-3. Chad Pennington, you want to talk about consistency. That kind of says it all.
Well, they went back in the offseason and took a look at the playoff teams from last year and looked at the teams who were in the playoffs and their completion percentage, and there was a strong correlation right there. Now what they've done this year, they've convinced Chad Pennington that it's about completing passes, moving the chains, managing the game, getting yourself into 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5. You don't always have to hit that big pass down the field.
Hand off to Curtis Martin. Flag goes down, and Martin with a burst close to the first down yardage. It'll be a first down on the 42 of the Packers. And the end around to Lavernius Coles. It gets by McKenzie, and Coles down the right sideline with a huge gain for the Jets down to the 21. What a play that Coles made, spinning away from the grasp of McKenzie, and a gain of 21 yards. And the Jets are threatening once again. And the Jets can win the division. Amazing what these teams do.
I mean, both of them, the way everything has kind of fallen into place for not only the Jets, but also the Packers, the opportunity to secure home field. And that was the scenario we had yesterday. The Giants had to win to get in. They did that. Philadelphia lost an opportunity to secure home field for themselves throughout the playoffs.
And the Packers don't want to avoid that this time. The pass to Corbett. He's in for the score. Wayne Corbett on the slant. And a 12-yard pass, and the Jets leading 13-3. Corbett making amends last week after the costly fumble against the Bears 2 weeks ago, the big touchdown catch last week, and he comes back with a scoring reception today.
Well, right now we're seeing the quickness of the New York Jet wide receivers really wreaking havoc against the Green Bay defensive backs. Todd McBride right there, who sat out last week with a groin injury. Wayne Corbett starts him to the outside, breaks quickly, back across his face, open in the middle.
John Hall adds the 14 points, so Chad Pennington with 2 touchdown passes, and the New York Jets leading the Green Bay Packers 14-3 with 1:40 left in the first half.
And you can just see the poise and the confidence of Chad Pennington right in his eyes right there. I tell you, for a guy who's really getting his first opportunity to start as an NFL quarterback, he is so impressive to sit down and talk to. He was one of the last guys out of the facility out at Hofstra on Friday afternoon. Not only good on the field, but good off the field. Very meticulous in his preparation.
10th play of the drive, and a high snap, and Favre rolling out to buy time, and looking into the end zone, and this pass is caught. Touchdown by Terry Glenn. So the magician does it again on 4th down and 10. Right now, and the Jets giving all they can. You know, I believe that the Jets could be the first team in NFL history to lose 5 of their first 7 and win a division title. Pretty distinguished if they can do it.
Unbelievable, and you can't say enough about Herman Edwards keeping that football team together when they got to 2-5. And when you talk to the guys on the football team, he was the one steadying influence. Their season was going up and down on a roller coaster, but Herman Edwards was always the constant, always coming into practice the same way with the same attitude.
2nd down and 9. Curtis Martin off the left tackle, burst for a first down to the Green Bay 32, getting 10. Fake pitch, and wide open is Richie Anderson. Anderson diving close to the first down near the 5. Marcus Anderson, the rookie strong safety of the Packers, chases him out of bounds after a pickup of 8.
Well, here comes Richie Anderson, number 20, coming all the way across the formation after you. And there's another quarterback rolling out to his right. Chad Pennington, a right-handed quarterback. You see the toss. There goes Richie Anderson all the way underneath everything. Right here is Chad Pennington, boots out, has him out in the open field.
2nd down and 2, and the Jets today have been perfect in the red zone. Looking to open up an 11-point lead. Here's Martin. Touchdown. Curtis Martin straight up the gut for 5 yards, and the Jets open up a 20-10 lead.
You've got to see the explosiveness of Curtis Martin once he makes his decision. When that seam opens up and he sees the goal line, you're going to see him at the end of this run just finish into the end zone. Stutter, stutter. Now I've got my seam. Here I come. Boy, what a big hit right there on Matt Bowen, trying to come up and stop Curtis Martin from going in, but he was not going to be denied on that play.
John Hall. And the kick is good, and the Jets have opened up a 21-10 lead, matching their biggest lead of the game early here in the 3rd quarter. Third down and 9. This crowd very excitable, and the pitch to Ahman Green, and Green nearly lost the ball on the shovel pass. Does not gain anything. Waiting for another opportunity. First down for the Jets, leading 21-10, matching their biggest lead of the game. Curtis Martin gets running room, and the Packers unable to get Martin, who ends up with a big gain of 19 yards to the 43 before Matt Bowen makes the play. 3rd down and 3 with under 9 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter. And Pennington leading the receiver, and it's caught. Beating the linebacker, Nate Wayne, is Curtis Martin downfield, 28 yards, and the Jets marching inside the 20-yard line of, actually they'll mark it at the 21 of the Packers, and now throwing and running at will against Green Bay.
This is a matchup, Nate Wayne versus Curtis Martin. I tell you what, it's just guys making plays for the New York Jets. Nate Wayne is in good position on this route. The ball is a little bit underthrown. Curtis Martin is able to make the adjustment to get the catch.
And this could be a very big possession for the Jets, who have opened up an 11-point lead now with 6:40 remaining, and the toss to Moss. Moss gets in. Touchdown, Jets. And the New York Jets rolling right now. Here in the 3rd quarter, coming out and scoring 2 touchdowns.
I tell you what, that one right there is all Santana Moss. A quick wide receiver screen out to the outside. He steps back, catches the ball, but watch this. He gets some blocks, but after that, missed tackle by Jamal Reynolds. Matt Bowen gets there late. 6 points for Santana Moss.
He is John Hall with the extra point. And the Jets have opened up a 28-10 lead as Chad Pennington with 3 touchdown passes on the day. The New York Jets had scored touchdowns on their last 3 possessions. And what incredible scoring drives today. 84, 67, 76, 60, and 76 yards for their 4 touchdowns. Huh? Pretty impressive. Here's Robert Ferguson at the 14, returning for the Packers. And the Jets are there again. Sam Garnes, former New York Giant. 3rd down and 7. And there's the nickel package in the game with James Darling, the linebacker, as well as Ray Mickens, the nickel corner. Third and 7 from the 20. Favre. Intercepted over the hands of Javon Walker and Sam Garnes on the interception. Still going into Packer territory. And finally brought down at the 31 at Green Bay. And this place is going wild.
Ball sailed on Brett Favre just a little bit over the top of Javon Walker. Sam Garnes in the back of the end zone. Brett Favre does a nice job, though, preventing a touchdown. He gets over on the sideline to slow everything up. But you watch here, Javon Walker goes behind. The ball's thrown high. Sam Garnes moves in. Sean Ellis had an opportunity right there to get a hold of Brett Favre as we see the ball go over the top, right into the waiting hands of Sam Garnes. Well, I tell you right there, he has got a lot of real estate out in front of him with nobody there. Brett Favre gets over there and forces him to the sideline.
65-yard return by Garnes on the interception. Curtis Martin, who has scored a touchdown, dives inside the 30 on first down.
You take a look right here. You saw Javon Walker go behind the defensive back. Brett Favre tries to get it in between that area. In that situation, you've got to go across the face. He needed to work across the face of Donnie Abraham. Brett Favre has to throw it over Donnie Abraham's head. It goes a little bit too high, and Sam Garnes is sitting right there waiting for it.
And right now, the Jets are dominating the Green Bay Packers on both sides of the ball. 3rd and 6. Pass caught over the middle. Wide open is Coles. First down to the 15. So Pennington gets 13 more. And once again, the Jets couldn't be any better in the red zone than they have been today. 3rd down and 12. And the pass caught by Wayne Corbett. Corbett going in for another score. 18-yard pass. And the Jets are running away with it. Early here in the 4th quarter, the New York Jets scoring on their 4th straight possession. And it is 34-10 for Corbett, his 2nd touchdown catch of the day.
This is just a simple flat route thrown on the back shoulder. Wayne Corbett turns around, and again, it's Todd McBride in coverage, not being able to get out of that break, and these smaller wide receivers doing a number on the secondary.
John Hall looking to add the 35th point of the game. And what has happened to the Green Bay Packer defense? Ask Chad Pennington. He's put up 35. Now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who are in Champaign, playing in colder weather than they like now, play the Chicago Bears. And if the Bucs were to win that game, they would move in to the number 2 position and get a bye and a home game in 2 weeks. And it would be the Packers that would still be at home next week in Lambeau, but they would have to play next week. Peterson to the end zone. Bubba Franks. And a flag is down. Touchdown. Ryan Longwell. And it's gone the other way. Gerald Soule. Well, that's why the onside crowd would love this. And Gerald Soule returning that kick. Mike McKenzie making the tackle as the Jets and Vinny Testaverde coming onto the field. Veteran had started the year and suffered a bruised shoulder against the Jacksonville Jaguars in Game 4, and Chad Pennington leading the cheers on the sideline. Again, the Jets 5 for 5, 5 touchdowns and 5 possessions in the red zone. First and goal at the 3. Lamont Jordan gets over, and it's 6 for 6 for New York Jets.
Well, right now, the Green Bay Packers just have to finish the football game. They've run into one of the hottest teams in the NFL going into the playoffs. And this weekend, for the people here in the New York area, if I'm one of the teams that's already in the playoffs, I do not want to play the Giants, and I do not want to play the Jets in the opening round. Two teams that made their way into the playoffs this weekend.
Amen to that. 3rd and 4 for the Packers. They hand off to Metcalf. And Metcalf may have a first down. Well, great job done by our technical and production crew. We like to thank them now. Today's game produced by Bob Stenner and directed by Artie Kempner. The associate director, Charles McDonald. The broadcast associates, Wayne Wilson and Robert Slosby. The technical producer is David Hill. The technical director, Rich Basile. The audio supervisor is Fred Aldous. The studio technical supervisor, Jack Simmons. Senior producer is Bill Brown, and the executive producers of Fox Sports are Ed Gorin and David Hill. And we'd also like to thank our Super Stats crew, Chris Visser, Rick Odioso, Wade Junko, and Mike Eldred. Thanks to all. And what a triumphant weekend this has been for the fans of the Giants and Jets in the same stadium. The Giants make the playoffs in overtime yesterday, and the Jets win their second AFC Championship division title, and will play the Indianapolis Colts at home next week.
And how fun is that going to be? Tony Dungy, the teacher, against one of his mentors, Herman Edwards. That's going to be a great football game for the fans here in New York.
In the AFC, Tony Dungy's Indianapolis Colts have the best 1-2 punch in the league in quarterback Peyton Manning and record-breaking receiver Marvin Harrison. Facing Dungy on the other sideline is his former protege, Herman Edwards. Edwards has taken a team left for dead and pinned his hopes on young Chad Pennington, the most accurate quarterback in team history. They begin the playoffs as one of the hottest teams in football. How will their playoff run end? Beginnings and endings. There is no time to make up for a crucial mistake. Only half of the teams playing today will have a chance to begin a very special journey, because today is the beginning of the NFL playoffs. Today is Wild Card Saturday.
All right, Melissa, thank you very much. Two old AFC East rivals, the Colts and the Jets, get ready to start the playoffs. Our weather here today, not uncomfortable. 35 degrees, wind chill in the high 20s. The wind will be the key factor. It has always been in late December and January in the Meadowlands. But there's another big story here. The playing surface. For the third time this year, they have resodded the field. For more on that story, we get down below to Jack Aru. Jack.
And Brent, that surface is predicated on the weather. The last day, a lot of rain. It was covered. It's a little muddy on the sidelines, but when you get out on this new turf, although it's a bit spongy, it's holding up very well.
All right, thank you, Jack. Gary Danielson, what about the two quarterbacks? What's going through their mind right now, Chad Pennington and Peyton Manning?
Brent, both of them right now are checking their game plans. You mentioned the wind, Jack mentioned the field. They're now doing their checklist. Will the fade work in this end zone? Can I throw deep against the wind, or is it better with the wind? Can my receivers come out of their cuts? Will my ball handling be the same with this soggy field? Both quarterbacks are making mental notes whether they can use the entire game plan.
All right, the Jets are very healthy. As far as the Colts are concerned, Marcus Washington probably won't be able to make it. That means Sam Sword will have to start at linebacker. Back we go to Chris.
What a long, strange trip it has been for the New York Jets this season. Remember, they started a dreadful 1-4. After that, head coach Herman Edwards made a fateful decision that would change the course of the Jets season. They finished 8-3, and they won the AFC East, a rare crown for them. That was the result. Here's our Jack Aru.
When I step in the huddle, the greatest feeling in the world is to look at 10 other guys and see the confidence that they not only have in themselves, but in me.
Chad Pennington is leading the charge of the green and white into the playoffs. Quite an amazing feat, considering the start of the season when the Jets had been left for dead as they struggled under veteran Vinny Testaverde, dropping 3 of their first 4 games.
I think the players know me well enough that I'm always going to make a decision that's best for the team. When you replace the quarterback, well, that sends a message.
I think a lot of people saw it coming when Herm named
Chad as a starting quarterback, everybody was just kind of like, okay. Everybody just rolled with it, and we did it.
How did you approach that, knowing you're replacing Vinny? He's been nothing but a true professional, and the reason I felt this way and have been able to play well is because of him. He's been right there behind me every step of the way.
Team always comes first. Part of being a leader is being positive even when things don't go your way. We all can't be starters. We all can't be Pro Bowl players. We can all be winners. We can all be leaders, and we can all be champions.
We weren't playing well enough, and that's not Vinny's fault. It was everyone's fault. I needed to change, and we needed somebody that was going to bring some energy, and I felt Chad would do that.
In Week 5, the third-year kid from Marshall, without a pro start, picked up a lifeless Jets team by the scruff and sparked a stunning turnaround. A spectacular win over the Chargers, a 4-game winning streak. The Jets, with Pennington at the helm, were clicking, and his kid-like enthusiasm for the game was infectious.
A lot of the guys said, wow, this guy's really having fun. The players looked at that and went, let's just go have fun. Let's just see what happens.
It's fun to cheer for him because he's such a good kid. He has the excitement, the energy of a college kid, but he's playing like a Pro Bowler.
Do you play like a college player, or do you play like a pro? Probably play like a college player. You know, they say, look at this young buck. He doesn't understand. You know, he's going crazy. He's doing this and doing that. But I tell you, the minute I lose the emotion and the energy to play this game, I need to step away because that's what it's all about.
In what would once have seemed an impossible situation, with help from Miami in the form of an overtime loss to the Patriots, the formerly hapless Jets had a division championship within their sights. But Brett Favre and the Packers stood in their path.
Pennington drops the throw, swings it right. The pass caught by Wayne at the 15. Cuts to his left to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown! And folks, we could be looking at a shocking AFC Eastern Division championship team in the New York Jets.
We did win the division. We've had a great season, but we're not satisfied. After all the adversity that we've come through, to be able to win a Super Bowl would be so sweet, and it'd be special because it'd be making history. You know, I'm just a piece of the puzzle right now. Until I can get to that status and be able to experience what it's like to win a Super Bowl, I'm just going to, you know, keep my nose to the grindstone and keep working hard and realize that I'm just a little part of this.
Thank you, Jack. You know, I think Herm Edwards is one of those guys that has his hand on the pulse of every member of the team, and he knew it was time, and now it's been like watering like the plants, and it's an Amazon rainforest. Why has Pennington been so accurate? That's what's astounded even everybody.
Well, you can tell that Chad Pennington is a coach's son because of his fundamentals, and I talk specifically about his footwork. I'm not talking about necessarily his quickness or it's the drop, step, and throw that you see right there. It's consistent and precise, and because of that, it brings out all the good stuff: timing, accuracy, and decision-making.
Harrison's going to catch 8 for 80. If he catches 11 for 130, the Jets, I think, are cooked.
No, I really don't worry about that. I worry about I think the running backs will make the difference. The running back, Edgerrin James, on the Colts side, I believe he's getting more and more healthy from his knee injury last year. He'll be able to run. And on the side of the Jets, we've got Curtis Martin. He'll be able to run up the gut against a weak Indianapolis defensive middle. And you talk about the Jets, the reason why they remain to be favored is because of the balance, the most balanced team in the league: offense, defense, special teams.
Well, now here's the danger that the Jets, hey, look, they're playing with a lot of emotion, as you say, and a lot of momentum, but they're a young nucleus. The first time they're, quote, supposed to win a big game. Can that be dangerous?
Yeah, it can be dangerous, but this is the team. They have a lot of veterans. They have a lot of guys that can play. I think this playoff game is not necessarily the first one that they need to worry about. I think these guys have been around enough. Other than Chad Pennington, I think they're veteran enough to do it today.
Such deep respect between the two head coaches, Herm Edwards, Jets, and his mentor, Tony Dungy of the Colts. We'll see you at halftime. The playoffs begin here on Wild Card Saturday. There's a look at the Meadowlands where we kick it off right after this.
It's a matchup that harkens back to Super Bowl III when a veteran hero battled a legend in the making. Today, the Colts take on the Jets in their first postseason meeting since that historic day. Quarterback Peyton Manning has led the Colts back to the playoffs after a one-year hiatus. He leads the offense from the line of scrimmage and has the arm to back up the brain. Marvin Harrison is the primary target, setting an NFL record this year, catching 143 passes and always giving his quarterback something to smile about. The New York Jets entered 2002 with high hopes, but early season setbacks had the Jet faithful reeling. Coach Herman Edwards refused to surrender.
I don't quit. That will not happen. That will not happen.
Veteran Vinny Testaverde gave way to a young Chad Pennington, and suddenly the Jet offense found new life. Fighting to the season's bitter end, the Jets rallied, landed them in the playoffs.
There's a lot of history there. It's going to be a great physical, high-energy type game, just like the Jets and Colts have always played.
With memories of Super Bowl III dancing in their helmets, we're set to kick off the playoffs.
Are you ready for some football? Now it's playoff time and it's do or die. One team lives, the other sets by. The winner gets glory, fame, and cheers. The loser's gotta wait till next year. You better sit back, strap in, and hold tight. It's always full throttle in this wild card fight. Come on and hit it. Come on and get ready. Are you ready for some football? A postseason party. Now the Super Bowl race has officially started. The players are ready. The whole crowd is psyched. It's the NFL playoffs coming on. That's right.
You are looking live at the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey. The road to the Super Bowl in San Diego is about to begin. Two old AFC East rivals, the Colts and the Jets. Welcome, everybody, with Gary Danielson. I'm Brett Musburger. Gary, two wonderful quarterbacking stories. Nobody's hotter than Chad Pennington. Nobody does it better than Peyton Manning.
Yeah, you're right, Brett. You know, but somebody once said, win or lose, it's never just one thing. And you got to say that about NFL football. That's why these coaches spend all these hours. It could be sacks, turnovers, interceptions. Who knows what it could be? And I think the X factor in this game will be the two running backs. Curtis Martin, if he runs like he did it against Green Bay, Chad Pennington will be able to use it. And if Edgerrin James can run the ball, Peyton Manning, the best play-action guy in the NFL, will find Marvin Harrison. Great game.
Fireworks in the background. The crowd is ready. Back with the national anthem. Back now at the Meadowlands. The New York Jets have been introduced, and the Jets' playoff history, well, it's not overwhelming. They're only 3-3 at home in the postseason. Let's go to the PA announcer now.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to join in the singing of our national anthem. You may know her as Meadow on HBO's hit series The Sopranos, or currently starring as Belle in Disney's Beauty and the Beast on Broadway. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jamie Lynn Siegler.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare above their singing
The stage is set, and beautifully so.
ABC Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
They have worked together and they're longtime friends. But for Herm Edwards and Tony Dungy, today is the first time that they have ever faced off one against the other in a playoff game.
Him hiring me down there in Tampa and really grooming me to become a head coach, I'm thankful for it. There's no doubt about it. And I think it's a historical mark also for Afro-Americans. This is the first time in the history of the National Football League that two black coaches have met in the playoff situation. I think that's a step forward for the National Football League. And I know Tony and as well as myself, we've always felt that to do things for the National Football League in a manner that you respect the shield, you respect the people involved in the league, and you do it with class.
This was the war moment when the two good friends embraced at the center of the field when they came out earlier today. And like brothers, they exchanged pleasantries, asked about one another's family, how things were doing, and now they'll go to the opposite sidelines, and they badly want to beat each other. The Colts won the toss, and they have elected to receive. So Peyton Manning, number 18, will bring the Colt offense out. And it is Peyton who has something to prove here today. Having lost a heartbreaker in the playoffs to Miami in overtime, he is looking for his first ever playoff triumph. And he knows it will not be easy when you take a dome team and you come on the road to play here at the Meadowlands with the swirling winds and the crowd going J-E-T-S, Jets, Jets, Jets all day in your ear. John Hall, the kickoff man, said that the surface, told us before the start of the game that the surface is much better than it was last week when they battled their way into the playoffs by beating Green Bay. Troy Walters, one of the wide receivers, back deep, looking up at that wind. Just testing it to see if it's going to swirl on him now as Hall gets ready. The playoffs are underway. Walters down at the 24. Ball comes free on the far side. Harrison is off to Peyton's right-hand side. Those of you who have followed the Colts know that they come up and get set, and then Peyton Manning will change or dummy audible at the line of scrimmage frequently. Not a lot of motion with Tom Moore's offense. They sit still and try to execute. Nothing doing. The Jets jump on Edger and he can't get started. Sam Coward again coming off of that major knee injury up at Buffalo, and he has been such an addition to Ted Cottrell's defense here with the Jets. Manning back in the shotgun now. Looking at the dime on this 3rd and long, which means 6 defensive backs are on the field. Incomplete. It's 3 and out.
Unbelievable start.
You can see how they keep the ball underneath, try to keep the chains moving, try to keep the clock working in your favor. Back with Curtis Martin. And Curtis Martin bangs straight ahead for his first carry of the game. Let me say one thing about Curtis. Jerry, I raved about him all the way on the trip. I think he is a Hall of Famer right here. I think he may be the most underrated running back in the National Football League.
Well, when he runs the ball between the tackles, he doesn't look like the biggest guy, but he's going full speed. He trusts the blocks, and this Jet offense turned it around when they started running the ball between the tackles, what is what Curtis Martin likes to do best.
And you know, you talked about the field, the weather conditions. Maybe later today we'll get a little moisture.
All right.
The running game is going to be so critical, as you said.
It does, because both of these quarterbacks are so good at handling the ball and taking advantage of those fast linebackers. Hey, Brent, everybody in the National Football League is fast, but if you have that play action game going, because of the running game, you can handle those linebackers.
So now comes that short yardage play. You have Pennington under center. They have one of the best centers in the National Football League at number 68, Mawai. Those of you people who like to watch line play, Mawai leads right to it. And here comes Pennington now for the first down. Mawai is one of those rare athletes when you break him down in the NFL and you watch his hips swivel as he comes out, he can lead a sweep to either side. There are not a lot of centers who can get that done, and when the linebacker comes on over, he can get the first helmet on him and pave the way to daylight. The Colts have to find a way with young Triplett to occupy the center in the middle of this offensive line. They must not let Mawai get out on him and start leading the sweep. Now Baker. Here's the handoff now, and Martin again. Rob Morris, the middle linebacker out of BYU, makes the stop.
Well, the Colts defense is really the one that has to come through up front. You mentioned it, this Jet offensive line led by Mawai has really changed at the second half of the season. They are manhandling people up front, and that ability to run the ball has really changed Pennington. It lets him be a 69% passer like he is.
As you study the Colts, you will see that they are not one of the bigger defensive lines. They're small, they rely on their quickness, and the Jets are trying to get some muscle on them here in the early going. Good play fake by Pennington. Drop off the screen pass now on the other side to Anderson, the fullback. 30, 25, 20. Richie Anderson for the end zone. Touchdown Jets. 56 yards on the screen pass.
You mentioned the West Coast offense. When you have the West Coast offense, you use all of your receivers. And the fullback, Richie Anderson, is the number 4 receiver on this team with 45 catches coming into the game. Look at those offensive linemen run. You establish the fullback. That is the West Coast offense.
John Hall tacks on the extra point. Folks, that was to just emphasize what Gary Danielson was telling you. In the West Coast offense, they go underneath, they try to get first downs. That's the longest pass play of the year for Chad Pennington, the bright youngster who took this team over early in the season and has them on a drive. Could they be this year's New England Patriots? We'll find out soon. Marvin Harrison got a record 143 passes this year, has already caught 3 for 38 yards after that 17-yard gain. Enter slipped as the defender was boring in on him. Nothing he could do. Mo Lewis. Peyton's looking, but he'll come back outside him to Edgerrin James. They were trying to free Edgerrin off of Harrison that time as they crisscrossed, and the Jets were ready. You can see how badly that one's pulled, and you have to wonder about the footing for a field goal kicker. Dungy and the coaches will have to think about that as he was perhaps sliding on that turf. They couldn't get set.
Let's take another look at that last kick. It's actually the turf having a factor here. Look how deep the ball sits on the ground, forcing Vanderjagt to kick the ball more in the middle. It's like casual water out there right now. The ball is sitting down in the rough, or for you Masters fans, the second, third, or fourth cut, whatever you want to talk about. But that ball is not sitting pretty for these field goal kickers.
And a result of the miss, because it was outside the 20, it comes back out now to the 32-yard line. So Chad Pennington, second series, if you've just joined us, screen pass to Anderson, resulted in the Jets' touchdown. The toss play. Martin. Not much doing. Down at the 30-yard line, Chad Bratzky. So the clock has been reset. We're down to 3rd and 6 now, and Pennington will bring a motion on the left side of the formation. The tight end, Anthony Beck. He'll look to the middle, and he's got Santana at the 49 for a first down. Santana Moss. Lavernius Coles looking for his first catch. He's number 87 for the Jets. He has been Pennington's go-to guy. Pennington trying to look for him now, but he'll come back underneath, and he's got it. Prevent to the 26-yard line. So Lavernius Coles ran a fly route. 41-yard field goal for the Jets. 10-0. Folks, that's a huge lead in a playoff game. Been there, done that. To those of you who follow NFL football carefully, there's another number at play here. Since 1988, dome teams are 4-22 in the postseason when they come and play outdoors. It is not easy. You can imagine these fellas cut at full speed on that carpet back at Indianapolis. Harrison doesn't have to slow down. Today he must deal with the conditions here on the grass.
And bad grass, too.
Ball hangs it high. Walters comes up to about the 18-yard line. Colts could use a lift on a special team here.
Ball came out.
Ball is on the ground. Jets say they've got it. Oh, this would be a killer. Jets. Oh, that's a crusher, Gary. Down 10-0. And then Tony Dungy's team coughs it up. And there is Mickens with the football. Ray Mickens recovered it. 7th year, small cornerback. Plays in some nickel coverage. Been around the National Football League. Makes the big recovery.
Well, you get that ball down on this kickoff on this field, and that was really covered up pretty good. He's got 2 hands on the ball. He gets hit from behind. Most coaches will tell you, most fumbles occur when you get hit from behind. That's what happened there. The ball popped loose, and you know, Tony Dungy gambled a bit. They won the toss. Usually the teams defer. He took the ball, and he has not scored. And tough, too.
You've got an anchor of an offensive line like this. They don't get a lot of attention in the National Football League, but they are absolutely critical. The offensive line moving as a unit. Martin with a great spin in the backfield and makes the most of it. Number 28 that time, folks. Taking it to the 25, and it's a first down. Jordan stays in as the running back. A draw up the middle. Lamont Jordan to the 2-yard line, and it's first and goal for the Jets. A 13-yard run. When you compare the teams that are in the playoffs this year, Herman Edwards and the Jets seem to fit that description better than anybody else. A young, hot quarterback, a team that matures defensively, a team that has a fiery coach. Now, I would not say that Herman Edwards would back down from anybody. Bill Belichick maybe a little bit calmer, and this should be a touchdown. He'll walk in. Jordan into the end zone for the touchdown. Come on and see if he can give them a 17-point lead, and then the pressure is going to be on Manning.
Right at you. Big Dave Zott, number 79. Look at this block. That's a pancake block right at the end of the line that time. You come out, Zott, the 12-year veteran, says, oh, yeah.
Looking for a third down play. Steps into pressure as the Jets collapse the pocket. There was not much that Peyton Manning could do in that situation, and the Colts are forced to punt. Looking first down on the juggle to the 45-yard line. Lavernius Coles out of Florida State hangs on for 14 yards and the first down. Third down, power eye look now.
And they kept Edgerrin James in the game. They need this one very badly.
Must get something going here in the last 2:20, down by 17. Edge down at the 15-yard line as the Jets swarm the point of attack.
Boy, Josh Evans that time just beat inside the defensive tackle. I mean, any play you design, short yardage, that defensive tackle has to be handled. That's just poor offensive line play.
Just as clean as when he got dressed earlier today.
Yeah, you know,
nobody getting on number 10 at all, and Coles with an easy catch.
Offensive line doing their job, running backs doing their job, quarterback makes the read, perfect drop, plants his feet, shuffles up in the pocket. I mean, you don't get it that good in practice to be able to do that. The Colts pass rush is not there. They're not getting into these receivers' faces, and Lavernius Coles looks like a big-time, you know, he's a free agent coming up, looks like a big-time keeper, doesn't he?
He sure does. Now on first down. Here's Martin behind a nice block by Anderson. The fullback frees him to the 21-yard line. Number 20 sprung him for 11 yards that time. There is Paul. It's interesting that when Herman Edwards first enrolled at California, Paul was the JV coach. And so Herman came to practice early, and Paul said, you know, young man, you're only going to be here a couple days. They're taking you up to the big team. And he lost him, but they have maintained a friendship ever since. They reconnected at the Kansas City Chiefs, Marty Schottenheimer. And, of course, he offered Hackett the job. And he got the New York Jet job and became available. And there they are, going right to the middle to Anthony Becht, who was, we talked about Bill Parcells and those 4 first-round draft choices. Becht was the final piece in that 2000 draft. Pennington was number 3, operating now without the huddle, keeping it going. 1 minute, driving this Jet team. Trying to get the handle on it as he comes across, pulled in by Martin, did a good job. He was losing control of the football, made the catch.
It's much easier to catch a bad pass 20 yards from the quarterback than it is when you're 6 or 7 yards from the quarterback, because it gets on you very quickly, even a soft touch. Pennington, as he told us, he never throws a fastball. He said, I don't have a fastball.
The hot hand in the NFL right now. There's the play fake to Martin, roll right. Wide open, Santana Moss. Nothing to it, folks. A coverage breakdown. Santana Moss.
I would call it a coverage meltdown. That's about as open as you could get a wide receiver. There was no one even in the end zone trying to cover a wide receiver to the outside. Meltdown for the Colt defense.
If this Jet team can take this show on the road, because they'll likely have a road game coming up. Certainly in the next round, if they win this one, they will have. They are going to be tough to deal with. This right now is a real solid-looking football team, playing at its best. It's a very healthy football team, too.
Well, you can see there he is right there, and there are the guys covering him. But a good fake over here by Chad Pennington, and all of a sudden the secondary guy says, I don't have anybody to cover. This is a running play. I just leave him in a second. Look at this. Coming right up here to get the crossing guy and leave a wide receiver wide open for a high school lob for 6 points. Beautiful.
Nice lick on the tight end, though.
Yeah, that was a nice lick.
Wait a minute, Coach. I really had a good hit, I'd say.
Pretty embarrassing. Look at that. Professional. Gets his toes down. Perfect soft pass. Can't get... Chad, it's not this easy. You know, you made the comparison, Chad Pennington to Tom Brady. But, you know, he reminds me a little bit of Joe Montana. Third year for Joe when he won the championship. 26, Joe was 25 when he won the championship. Very similar ball handler.
Wait a minute.
I like the blonde hair, too.
Nobody's as tall as Dwight Clark. No one can intercept the ball headed for the seats.
But if you put all 3 receivers stacked up there.
The Jets, 5 possessions, 3 TDs, 1 field goal, and only 1 punt. And
the Colt defense has played just like they played the last 3 games when they gave almost 800 yards in passing and a 70% completion mark.
The Colts have had difficulty hanging on to kickoffs as Walker comes back, and this time both arms on that ball and down on the 30-yard line as we reach the top of the hour. The playoffs are underway. Colts Jets. Remember, next ABC will send you out to Green Bay. Whereas Chris Berman told you during the pregame show, the Packers have never, ever lost a playoff game in Lambeau Field. And Michael Vick in his first playoff game, he's been an electric performer this year, but that'll be a tough go up there under the lights in January.
Yeah, the Jets on their way to a 500-yard game, 240 yards in the first half, and I think the Colts only have 1 timeout. Am I correct on that? 1 timeout. I don't even know if it's worth trying to go here with a 2-minute offense with 30 seconds to go. Only a bad thing could happen to the Colts now.
Monroe, the running back for Manning.
It must be a draw. Same thing.
Monroe. That was 9 yards plus, and Ray Mickens bringing him down. We're on third down, and Manning scrambling in trouble. Down at the 33-yard line, John Abraham, the sack. Chad Pennington and the Jets with a superb first half. We send you down to Jack.
Well, Coach, could you have had any better first half?
No, now I'm concerned with the second half, because as we know, these guys have scored about 157 points in the fourth quarter, so they still have a potent offense. And I know Tony will tell them, hey, we had a bad half. They got to come out the second half. Now, what we got to do, we got to get the ball on offense and go back and score. We can't score enough points against these guys.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
You gotta love this guy. You could play for Herman Edwards, could you? Right now, let's send you to Chris Berman and Steve Young. Chris?
All right, Brent, Gary, Jack, thank you very much. Wow, I mean, the Jets, what's to stop them? 24, they're playing the way they ended the regular season, Steve Young. The Colts will be embarrassed.
I don't know what Herman Edwards is worried about. My gosh, look, it's like we talked earlier in the show. Play action pass, run up the gut. It sets up together. It's a dynamic duo, those two things, and the Jets are doing as well as anybody.
Pennington, 6 different receivers, a couple of touchdowns. New England, Miami, Denver. I'm thinking they're going, we could have at least done this, what Indianapolis is doing as a wild card team.
Bad word.
We got plenty to come, including a preview of our second game, more on the first half. The Lexus halftime show continues after a word from our ABC stations. Back to this game, 24-0, the Jets at the half. Good news for the Colts. They've been in this spot before. They trailed 21-0, 20-0, 23-0, 23-3. Bad news, they haven't won any of those games. Do they have a chance?
Yeah, monumental task coming into the second half. Look, if they're going to do it, they're going to have to do it. They're not built for this. Play action running, that's what they do. To come back 55 plays they need to run in the second half. Quit all the audibly and everything. Just line up, no huddle, and they have a shot to score 4 touchdowns if they hustle.
The Jets growing before our very eyes?
Well, this is the Jets team that we talked about all last summer, a Super Bowl bound team now being led by a different quarterback than we thought.
Well, they got 30 minutes to have a trip to Oakland or Tennessee. We'll go back to the Meadowlands for second half action. It's all Jets Jets. 24-0 over the Colts at the half.
With a 24-point lead, the Jets get the football to start the second half. The Colts must kick it away here. With Gary Danielson and Jack Arute, I'm Brent Musburger as we get ready to start the second half of the first playoff game on the road to San Diego and the Super Bowl. And Herman Edwards on that far side, the Jet sideline, enjoying a huge lead over his very close friend and one-time boss, Tony Dungy. Herman worked for him down in Tampa Bay. And Jack, I know that you spoke with Dungy as he came back out.
Yeah, Brett, and surprisingly, he did not lay any of the blame for the poor performance on the turf. He said that's had no play at all. But he did say he wants his team to get back to basics. He says, 1, they've got to tackle better. 2, they've got to execute better. He does not feel, however, that the turf has had anything to do with the lack of performance.
Not wanting to alibi, but we'll do it for it. Vanderchat. And here comes Morton. The better return man. Got an alley. Vanderchat to beat. Here goes Morton. Out of bounds. Inside the 20-yard line. Cliff Crosby forces him out. That's a 70-yard return. Here's a 39-yard field goal attempt by Hall, trying to tack 3 more. Got it. John Hall, 6-year pro out of Wisconsin, adds 3, and the numbers mount. Man, our coaches are getting paid. Well, they deserve it. The long hours they all put in now. Third down. Manning fires.
Beautiful play.
Incomplete. I believe he dropped it.
No, Beasley got his hand on that one, I believe, Brent.
Well, then Beasley made a heck of a play, Gary, just like you saw.
Absolutely. He came right across and got his left hand. I believe it was his left hand on the pass because it was a perfect throw. Troy Walters coming down. Ball is thrown low, on time, and watch Beasley come across and flicked it away. Beautiful play by Beasley.
He has 14 completions today to 7 different receivers. Beautiful ball fake coming in underneath that time. And Richie Anderson has scored his first touchdown. We ask him about touch.
Touch is my passing game. When you have an arm like me, that you don't know what throwing hard means because I can't do it. So it's important, but the challenge for me is to realize when I can put the touch on the ball and when I can't. And I'm still learning that, and it's a process that I'm going to have to go through.
Son of a coach, he grew up around football. They refer to him as a bit of a gym rat. He's perhaps the only member of the Jets who beats the coaching staff into work sometimes to begin breaking down videotapes, and he'll stay over there at Hofstra at their complex hour after hour, studying and looking and getting ready for the next game. And as you can see today, it is really paying off for him, that work that you do away from the field.
Absolutely. And, you know, Brent, I just watched this game. You know, I think it's paying off. This big lead, 27-0, has allowed, you know, the Jets and Herman Edwards to rest Martin in the anticipation that they're going to be playing a week from now. Martin can sit on the sidelines, catch his legs, have fresh legs, because they know they're going to be more than likely playing next week, and let Jordan have some plays here.
Yeah, it would take a miracle now to stop them. A huge 27-point lead. I said a big lead in the playoffs. In the first quarter was 10-0, and they've stretched it all the way to 27-0. Teams that score first are tough to deal with in the playoffs. Wide open.
Well, he just lobbed that ball in there, didn't he?
The ejection of Peyton Manning, and has not yet won a playoff game.
Yeah, Peyton had a good line about that. He said nobody brags about winning playoff games. They brag about winning championships. He hasn't done either yet, right?
Exactly, and here's Santana, and he slips.
Look how open those seams are. I'm amazed. You know, I do a lot of college football with Brent, and usually what you see in college football is what I see today. A lot of open spaces. You come in here throwing to wide open guys. I'm used to watching NFL football with a lot of tight throws. Look at that, how open that is. That's very unusual when you watch a professional defense play. And today the Colts, whether it's the slow grass or the running game or whatever, they're just not there.
Well, you don't have John Lynch back there, and that's one of the reasons why this cover two doesn't work quite as well. That'll change under Dungy, believe me. Once he gets the right personnel in there, Bill Polian will go get it for him. And Lamont Jordan dashing for the end zone, and he'll be down at about the 2-yard line. Rob Morris. On the 11th play of the drive, rolls wide open. Touchdown. It's like stealing for Chad Pennington. Chris Baker, the rookie from Michigan State. And the Jets think he has a bright, bright future indeed. And Pennington, one of the first into the end zone to congratulate the rookie on his first playoff touchdown.
Everybody has this play. Fake the isolation, fullback in the flat, tight end to the corner of the end zone. It's not like the Colts haven't seen this 100 times in practice. Just no execution from this defensive football team today.
Second down and 10 for Manning. Ricky Wayne to the 25-yard line. Ray Mickens makes the stop. Brian Musburger with Gary Danielson and Jack Carew. The fourth quarter starts. It has been a rout. The New York Jets started off with the screen pass to Anderson. Then they came back with Lamont Jordan walking into the end zone. The touchdown pass to Santana Moss. And number 4 came to the tight end Baker, the rookie. And here Manning has it intercepted. Far sideline. Damian Robinson.
That's what usually happens. You get behind, you stay patient, then all of a sudden you try to slip a big play in there. And Damian Robinson, longtime safety, has played against this guy before. He reads the pump fake and eats it up.
one they'll never forget. When the Jets won Super Bowl III, and dreams of perhaps making it back to the big game out in San Diego here in a few weeks. Chad Pennington, you know, we've raved about Pennington as a passer, and why not? But he's thrown 26 times, and they've run 26 times right now. Jordan with the 26th carry of the game. Well, Joe Namath got his, didn't he? Super Bowl III.
I wonder if Parcells still has his number.
Testaverdes or Namath?
Testaverdes.
Now, the handoff to Jordan. And,
beautiful.
Tries to stay in bounds, keep the clock running. He does a great job of that. So we've talked about Herm Edwards and when they were 1-4 and 2-5, and there was an explosive news conference when it was suggested by some folks in the media that maybe the Jets were quitting, that they were done with the season early on. And the answer became a rallying cry as Jordan muscles his way to the 15-yard line. But here's what Herman had to say at that news conference.
This is what the greatest thing about sports is. You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game.
And they have been playing and winning ever since, Gary.
Yeah, this is you get on a run like this, and then the second life of getting in the playoffs when they thought they were dead. You know, I mean, if Miami holds on to that game, they might not even be in the playoffs. And all of a sudden, you get that second win, and now a team that feels good about themselves says, "Hey, if we're here, let's win it." We got a hot quarterback. We've got a defense that has been hot the second. In the last 11 games, the Jets defense has only had one runner gain over 100 yards. And that was Clinton Portis, who went 103.
Here comes Jordan for his second touchdown of the game. And the numbers mount. The route is on. And has been for some time, I might add.
Strong side isolation, follow the fullback, follow the offside guard, stick it into the end zone. He deserved it. Ran it all the way down there that time, and you could tell Pennington in the huddle, he wanted to get everybody to concentrate and get that touchdown in there. Jets are staying still with a three-man line. Two linebackers, dime look.
On fake. End zone, intercepted on the goal line by James Darling, the dime linebacker from Washington State, to the 10-yard line. What a nightmare for Peyton Manning and the Indianapolis Colts. It's embarrassing right now.
Peyton read it right that time and threw it poorly. Had the two deep safeties. He's got the tight end going down the middle. You have to get it over the middle linebacker's head. It was too short. Darling does a nice job. That's why he's in there. He's been the dime backer all day. He's good cut against the coverage, and Peyton frustrated again in the playoffs.
So Peyton Manning now will be 0-3, and look who's here, folks. A huge hand for Vinny. Look at him. And Chad Pennington's over there saying, "Come on, get my mentor out here to close this baby off. Let's get out of Dodge."
Crowd is shouting, "Vinny, Vinny!"
Extremely popular. Wants to make his home in this area. What more can you say about the Ohio State Buckeyes, the first Big Ten team ever to win the BCS National Championship? They did it in double overtime in a classic game that I'm sure that will be played even this week on ESPN Classic. If you missed it live, watch it. And here comes Jordan as they start to bring the minutes down. 11 more yards, and that leaves him one shy of 100. 99 yards for Lamont Jordan right now. Chad Pennington worked the entire sideline and hugged every player who's over there. The entire defense. There's Teddy Cottrell, great defensive coordinator, came down from Buffalo to work for Herm Edwards. I asked Cottrell yesterday or the day before, who's your emotional leader on defense? He thought about it, thought about it. Said, "You know, we're pretty quiet." You know what? it just might be Chad Pennington. I look over there when the defense is on the field, and he's yelling encouragement right there. Now, we take a look at the seating graphic, and so we have gone down now to 5. You can take one off of there, Mr. Danielson. The Colts are long gone. And if Pittsburgh wins tomorrow, the Jets will go to Oakland. The New York Jets and the Oakland Raiders. Don't get any better than that in the AFC. And if you like your team.
I like a little Cleveland-Pittsburgh game, by the way.
The old Brownie over here, Gary Danielson.
And you know what? State of Ohio might be hot right now.
Oh, indeed. What a
I had a friend, I talked to a friend that said, I don't ever remember everything going well for us like that before. Everything in that Ohio State game went well. It's take a knee. It's called the victory formation, and the Jets are there. This is their first playoff shutout. The New York Jets under Herman Edwards start 1-4, 2-5, change quarterbacks, get red hot, earn a home field advantage by winning the tough AFCs. That was Bob Sutton, the former Army coach, with a big hug. He's put together a quality coaching staff. And here are the Jets going to the next round of the playoffs as Vinny shuts it down. And Herman now will come over right away to see his close friend. And look what Testaverde did. Gave the game ball to Herman. And the tough part is when it's over, after you've done what you want to done, and now you got to go out and here's one of your closest friends. And we send you to Jackaroo, Jack.
Well, Coach, congratulations. You made some Jets history. This is the first shutout in playoff history for the Jets.
Well, I think our players did a great job of believing. Our coaches did a great job of coaching all through the year. And that's perseverance. Talk about character. This is a character football team.
How tough was it to get that character when you went 1-4, 2-5?
Not really hard. When you draft people and you believe in the people you're coaching and you have outstanding coaches, not hard to figure out.
Hey, Coach, you get to practice some more.
I like practice. I really do.
Thanks, Herman.
And Herman Edwards will indeed get to break out the whistle again. The Jets will be practicing at least one more week, and they're the hottest team in the league. 41-0.
Well, Chad Pennington, congratulations. This team certainly is your team now.
Well, we feed off of each other, and we're doing a great job right now playing together, trusting each other, and that's what happens when you do those things.
How big and how important is this victory? I know Herm Edwards told me earlier that you guys were already in the playoffs when you didn't control your own destiny, but now you're going to play another day.
Well, it's our next step. You know, last year we made it back to the playoffs. This year we've taken that next step, but we're not satisfied, and this team's done a great job of staying hungry and staying focused.
Chad, can you describe your feelings, though, with this first playoff victory with you at the helm?
Well, this is a great special moment, especially for Jet fans and our players and our organization. We're taking it to the next level, and that's what we're concentrated on, take it to the next level and play for championships.
Brent, that's what it's all about down here, taking it to the next level.
Indeed, Jack. Chad Pennington today at 19 of 25, 222 yards, and Gary, very bitter for Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that's a tough one for Manning. First time in his career he's been shut out.
So there it is. The Jets advance. Coming up, the Falcons and Packers in the second half of our NFL Wild Card doubleheader. After this, we'll go to Chris Berman and Steve Young. And Chris and Steve will be talking to you about Michael Vick and Brett Favre. The Giants advance. Coming up next, the NYSE Wild Card Between Games Report. Chris Berman and Steve Young.
Wasn't very much contested at all, was it? 41-0, Steve Young. The New York Jets just slice and dice the Indianapolis Colts. 2.5 minutes, the Jets had a touchdown. Look, they are clearly going into the playoffs the way they ended the season, and the Colts never were in it. The Jets rather completed performances we've seen from any team.
Tremendous momentum, and I think it's fun to watch them because of the balance that they have. You think about it, offense, defense, special teams, they do all the little things, kickoff, cover. They look around the field for every little penny to pick up, and pretty soon they have a dollar. They've done a great job all year long gaining this momentum. They started slow, but here they are. Really the best team in the league.
A penny. I mean, it was more like picking up a $100 bill everywhere they went. And as for the Indianapolis Colts, look, I mean, you do lose playoff games, but not like this. This was a thud.
Yeah, this was as bad as I've seen Peyton Manning play. This was really, this may be the flip side of parity if you think about it. Teams like this getting into the playoffs, not playing very well. This is as bad as a playoff game performance as I've seen.
P-A-R-O-D-Y, unfortunately. We'll have more on the Jets win, and we'll put them forward.
Well, hard to imagine the New York Jets could play any better than they did today. They've won 9 of the last 12. They will play on. We move back to Herman Edwards.
We talked about it with about 6 minutes left. They wanted a shutout.
When you look at how the defense has performed for the last 6-7 weeks, does this actually pose itself as being kind of a crescendo? Have they really reached a peak, or is there? Where do you go?
You try to win another game, basically, you know, and I think Teddy's done a great job along with the rest of the staff over there, and the players are believing, playing with a lot of aggressiveness, and I think the offense is playing, and I think when you play two-handed like that, when you have both sides of the football as well as special teams really firing, I mean, you become a very good football team. And right now, we're playing pretty good.
Coach, when Curtis was in there, he was averaging 4.8 yards a carry. Can you talk a little bit about him and how he opens up the rest of the field for the rest of the guys?
Yeah, I thought he ran really well, and I thought the one run he made where they had him in the backfield and he broke a tackle and then ran over a guy, that right there was Will. And I thought when he had that run, that really kind of set the tone for us as a football team.
From talking about the first touchdown, I mean, obviously it seemed just momentum-wise, it quickly just kind of swung your guys' way.
Yeah, and that's what you want to do in the playoffs. I've been in enough playoff games where you know that you'd like to be the first team to score, because then all of a sudden it creates that, you know, that little anxiety in you where we scored, okay, we're doing pretty good, and we score again, and obviously we get things going. And, you know, they had a very potent offense. We knew that. They had scored 154 points or 57 points in the fourth quarter. And that was the thing that I really told the team at halftime. I said, these guys can come back. They've done it in the past. And I said, what we got to do now is we got to go out offensively and move the ball down the field. Chad gets a big kickoff. We don't score, but we get a field goal, and then we come back and get another touchdown. And then from there, our guys really started going again.
Was the defense or offense more impressive for you today? I mean,
it was just an impressive football team all over. I thought the special teams played well also. I think John did an excellent job kicking. You know, we had return game going. I mean, Chad broke one. So it was one of those games where, hey, we played well.
Not necessarily this type of domination, but we played well last week. You know, we wanted to play the same way this week, and that's what we did.
What can you say about your young quarterback, Chad Pennington, his performance this game in the last 3 weeks?
No, I can't say enough about the guy. He's been a student of the game. He's sat in the shadows for maybe 3 years, waiting for his opportunity to come, and it came, and he's taking advantage of it.
Is this a Super Bowl team?
Hopefully.
Our crowd starting even last week, our crowd has really been big for us. And, I've never heard them as loud as they were today, and I think that was a key factor. Especially, with Peyton, he's checks at the line of scrimmage, and our crowd was really into it today. I think they helped us.
Defensively, your team, you scored some early points, but they get you a lot of 3 and outs and get the ball back. How does that make an offense feel when you're getting the ball back that quickly?
Man, I tell you what, to stop a offense like that, that's a great offense. And to hold them, to no points in a game, that's big, and it's to be playing this good at this time of the year is very important.
Richie, you guys are building pretty steadily, but the last 3 games, the snowball seemed kind of quick even for you? Close?
Well, it's not really. I mean, because we've had to have playoff-type games really every week since we started making a run and coming back, and we've had to play at a high level, every week. And I think that's helped us, especially at a time like right now, in the playoffs. Every week has been like a playoff game for us when we started coming back.
Really, for the last 5 or 6 weeks, you guys have been playing playoff games. Does that help you starting the playoffs because you guys have had must-wins every week?
Well, obviously, I think it would help you because we've had to have that mentality, for a while now. So I think everybody, special teams, defense, offense, we're playing together, and we pulled together tighter than we've been, since we started trying to make the run at this thing.
How do you think you guys have been tighter? It seems more exciting.
Well, guys are just into it. You can tell, you can tell when a team is really bonding. The way everybody's communicating on the sidelines, you got the communication going, offense, defense. Not just offense to offense. You got both sides. Everybody's talking to special teams, talking to defense, talking to offense, and you can tell the team is tight.
We'll take one more question from Richie, then we have Donnie
Kevin
Avery.
was saying that, that play was something you guys had in the playbook for a while. What did you guys see out there? Why did you think that was the opportune time to run it?
Well, we had talked about it during the week. We had ran that play for years. Kevin and I were talking about we need to get a score out of it. And we just had that mindset during the week. We were going to try to make it a big play. And, Coach Hackett called it, and, and the flags went up. Hey, this is an opportunity to get it done.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.